Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First on our agenda this morning is approve the minutes of March 7th.
I'll make the motion.
Ken's moved.
Second.
Don seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Consent agenda. Based upon recommendation of the noxious weed director, move to approve and sign the annual noxious weed management plan for 2022. It's going around.
It is.
Yeah.
Also move, Mr. Chairman.
Did you look at it? Yes, I did.
I didn't. You? Yeah. Okay.
It was in the long, it was in the email, and
That's
then
annual.
she didn't print it off for everybody, she just,
It's just basically what we've been doing for
Yeah.
the last several
Well,
years.
a lot of years,
Okay.
yeah.
There's a lot of information there.
Yeah, there is. I looked at it.
Documents, a lot of stuff.
Did you make the motion?
I did.
I'll second.
Don moved, Tim seconded, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next one is, upon the recommendation of noxious weed director, move to approve and sign annual noxious weed, eradication progress report 2021.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved,
Second.
Don seconded, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we'll go to miscellaneous motions. Moved upon the recommendation of Brad Schreibner, the IT director, to waive purchasing policy as to competitive bidding for good cause, said cause being that vendor has a state contract with CISCO Equipment, Kansas State, contract number AR 3227. Hold on. AR 3227472258, and to approve the purchase as to form of 9 CISCO catalysts, 930L 48P Pro E switch, and dual fiber 10 gig uplink. Also one Cisco catalyst 9300L 24P PoE switch, all with 3 years Cisco DNA Vantage, to be installed in 6 locations. The total amount is not to exceed $71,693.39, including shipping charges, setup, and configuration for coverage 1. Funding for the purchase will come from the Tech Training and Equipment Capital Outlay Fund.
Yeah. Dropped a large number on you. I thought you might have some questions.
In your budget.
This is in my budget, and I did contact two other companies for bidding, and talked to one for an hour on the phone and got no other bids. This was the only bid I got, so I signed it this way, and it's for all of our switches on each. One for this floor, one for the sheriff, road and bridge, out at the road and bridge, weed barn, and various switches. That's what all of our internet connects to, and then they connect to our core switch.
So basically, you're just upping the connection at these locations?
At these locations, and the switches are almost 20 years old. and so they've lasted that long, and they're out of service.
Well, they're not working now.
They're working,
They're just not serviceable.
there's not serviceable, I can't replace parts on them, I can't do anything. This will be the first step. Next step will be replacing the core switch, and then I'm gonna look next year at replacing the phone system. And that'll be a large amount of money.
Now, your phone system, are the phone systems now, are they all internet phone?
No. They connect to the internet down at the core switch, but all the information is local. So there is Cisco call managers down in the basement, which, I manage and put up phone lines, set phone lines for everybody. And it is also, next year will be out of contract, that's why I'm looking at doing a new system.
I'm in contact with a lot of people that are on like an internet phone system,
Mm-hmm.
and let me tell you, it's hard to conduct business when you call them and their phones drop.
Yeah,
I mean, I was trying to call an insurance company the other day and it dropped me 3 times.
yeah. Our phone connects to MT Networks. If MT Networks loses internet, then it's down. And it's kind of the same with any other phone company. If a line gets cut, you're down. But a true internet phone, this is not an internet phone system.
Any budget?
Then, budget.
Planning on it?
Yeah.
I'll move.
Okay.
Tom's moved, Tim will second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not hearing any, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion.
All right.
Thanks, Brad.
Thanks. Just wanted to keep you informed.
Move to approve the contributions to the after-party prom committees. The fund to come from the following: for the Burlington High School, $500 diversion fund, $500 special law enforcement trust fund.
I'll move. I'll second.
Bob's moved, Don seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
This next one, I'd either like to table it or discuss it later.
Okay. Do we want to go through and read it and then table it, or do we want to just table it before reading it?
Doesn't matter to me, but
Yeah, under 3520, there's not a category for that
Imagine there
particular
ought
position, so.
yeah, and I personally think I want to do some discussion in executive session, since it's personnel.
Okay, next motion on the table is next motion in the book is going to be moved, or is going to be tabled. The one after that, move to authorize direct chairman to sign 3 tax abatements in the total amount of $2,032.66. I think y'all seen them in your books, the explanations.
I'll move.
Second.
Tom's moved,
I'll second.
Bob second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving right along. We gotta wait for Doug. Oh, did I go too far?
No, yeah, Bobby's next.
Mr. Skipper.
Sir, I would ask the commission go into executive session with myself and loan applicant Kyle Owens to discuss the financial affairs and trade secrets of a corporation for 20 minutes.
What it says here.
Okay.
So I'll move.
Don moved,
Second.
Tom seconded. Any
Do
discussion?
we need to waive?
Not yet,
Okay.
not until you do the loan.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll go in at 9:12. No, make it 9:13. 9:13 for 20 minutes.
The Shadmar that passed away down Kickway, now is he?
Lived about, was a half mile down the road from us.
Where do they go do that? They go down to economic development. There's a meeting room down there that they go in and take care of. Okay.
Morning, how are you?
Good morning, how are you?
Good.
Good. Hello. Nobody's happy. Just me.
Everybody?
Good, how are you guys? I decided I'm running for county commissioner,
Oh, yeah?
so I'm coming to all the meetings.
Oh, really?
They're in executive session still, I guess.
Hmm.
Do you like your new office? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, good to know.
Office is good.
Yeah.
Just gotta do some remodeling.
Yep, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, this is Dr. and I took to them to have Wade look over whether or not they decided to use it or not. I don't know. It's just this front page. Before she calls me. Oops, I better mute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, who it is?
Well. What's more,
Oh, wait, that mic.
What did it do here?
For me to pass that, or did you guys get this? Oh,
we didn't bring it.
okay. Oh, maybe that's me. Sorry. I got pictures from Club Dave and Club Dave's results. Do you want it this week? Wonderful, state basketball stuff, everything.
Well, it's pretty great. I probably won't be able to get it in, but if I get to come, I can get it. Yeah.
Well, I won't let it lie behind to get it to you this week.
This week or today?
I'm only using it. Okay, not tomorrow. And then this one, but I read in the papers, if I get it to you tomorrow, I'll run it the next day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, should be able to.
I'm gonna send you more pictures than we use you whatever you want.
Okay, that's what the commissioners, yes. Works out really well.
They won't do it.
Awesome.
They said that the rate is too high. I literally just shredded everything on this because we exhausted all of our efforts.
Okay.
But if they can't, I tried a new form of size of the furniture, but they have refused to do it. So, the employee knows the actual owner.
Oh.
So they're gonna go that route, but I just thought that was a good piece of information.
Okay.
So, all right. Okay. Thanks. Notes I make over the weekend.
Oh.
We're covering basketball tournaments all weekend.
This last weekend. No, we have Katie does most of the sports, I mean, right now. We had some people, bring them that took some pictures, the way they do it anymore, where they send detailed stats.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever they go to the state sites, so, like, a lot of their stuff.
standing in line to give a wish. Morning. I know it's early for executive sessions, but
In fact, we're gonna have to extend the executive session. Mr. Bobby, you're on deck.
I would ask for the commissioner to retire into another executive session with myself and Mr. Kyle Owens for 10 minutes to discuss financial affairs and trade secrets of a corporation.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Tim's moved, Don seconded, executive session, 10 minutes. We'll go in at 9:37 for 10 minutes. Oh, I guess we got a vote. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Stand up, sit
Too
down.
many things on my mind. Yeah, I said 37, and I could just change to 36, we got a lot fast.
okay. Yeah.
I got all my signatures. 5 of them. Yeah.
That's a good way to file. Everything makes you serious.
And I'm the campaign. You know, I don't do anything. I'm excited.
Just Sarah, right, there's things for closure here.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Picks up pretty good on the hips.
He told me that. When the green light comes.
Try this back here so they don't see my molding. Sit up there. The runner. It was so bad. I guess getting your money. Except I'm trying to hold this back. You say like 6:30. Yeah, it'll be before you know it. This week, yeah, probably mid-30s, upper 30s, at most, next couple of weeks. I didn't go too far out, I didn't go for much better decrease. I was saying we were going over to the March. In the last 2 weeks in March, we were there. And so, 14%. Yeah. Well, even in May. Yeah. Well, yeah. How you doing?
Wade Schulte.
Wade Dooley.
Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah.
They're running a little behind.
Okay.
All the things you.
Did you get it invited?
Yeah, I can print it off, so I
Okay.
can give you that.
Okay. Appreciate that. Oh, I've got a presentation, I probably will do that. That's gonna be nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you just want to put your prints up.
We can put it up on the screen if it's easy, but if not, we can just follow along on our copies, whatever you prefer.
Well, you're gonna have somebody else get that, so.
Yeah.
How we do both with that. That'll do.
Will they be on the team? Yeah. They could share, if they shared their screen, I think it would just pull up and they would still be, there would be a little box with their picture.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Right around the corner. Okay. And then they're maybe just not in there, I guess.
Right.
They're,
Yeah, they go through.
okay. Okay. Great. Get settled. Thanks, Chief. That'll get handed out anyway, at least. All right. Thank you.
I think Bob's doing a pit stop back for us.
Morning, Wade.
Morning.
For your, 10 o'clock, I put stuff out in front of you.
We've got to hurry, don't we?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Whew. What a day.
Dave just started.
I know.
That time change thing.
That'll do it.
We say just leave it alone.
That's why they schedule spring break around it, so don't have to deal with the kids who have to get up an hour earlier
I
to
suppose.
go to school.
Arizona doesn't even recognize it.
I say leave it like it is right now. That's what I say.
I'm
which it was our decision. But it was entertainment. You guys done messing around?
Yep.
Alright, we're back. No action taken on the executive sessions. Coffee County Extension Agent Darrell, sorry. Darrell and Jill.
Well, we reviewed the bids. It looked as if both parties covered the scope of work, so, fine. So I don't know how we proceed from here, I guess. It's in your report.
Was the insurance appropriate?
We have done some inquiry, I guess, into insurance, and come up with, I put together a document, I guess, for Wade to review. I don't know if he did or not. I'd asked if there was a standard contract that would be signed after the bids were let, and was told there wasn't. So I guess I thought maybe just for sake of transparency, and so everybody knew what everybody was talking about on one page, I put this together, had Wade review it. I don't know what he came up with. Whether or not you decide to use it is, however you choose to do. But anyway, after talking to the insurance company, they said the cleanest way to do things would be to have a workers' compensation policy in place. And so, actually, I've only been in contact with one of the bidders. They've been to talk to Andrea, I think, and have showed a definite interest in whether or not the bid was theirs, what they needed to do. So I visited with them, but they are willing to get the workers' comp with being able to adjust their bid to cover that cost, since it wasn't actually in our original bid advertisement. So as far as insurance, I guess, Bob, it would be taken care of, from what I understand.
The elevated price for it would take it from $46,800 to $50,600. So basically, the county would be paying for the workers' compensation on top of the bid. It wasn't documented in the bid proposal that they had to furnish workers' compensation or thereof, something in the nature of. There was an opportunity. I did speak with Darrell, I don't remember what day it was last week, and I spoke with, can't remember the insurance gal. Bobby. There was an option of having a waiver signed for the contractor and each of their independent contractor, I guess, individuals. And I don't assume that was probably that wasn't, trying to find the terminology.
Quite a bit of policing on Darrell.
Yeah.
Well, it's policing on Darrell's, and it's making sure that everybody else is okay signing the waiver.
Right.
For the independent contractors.
And the way I understood the waiver, it would have to be on every worker that set foot on the place.
For said contractor.
Yeah,
Well,
said contract.
wouldn't the workman's comp be the same, go down the same road though?
Well, my personal concern is we're going to increase this by $4,000, and the contractor could get workers' compensation, but is still not showing, the people doing the work are still not covered because they're independent contractors.
Right, that's
or
what
they're
I'm saying.
contract laborers.
It would go down, so each one of those would have to get it also, so. Are we
It's-
talking
it's
if you got
very-
an electrician? a
Well,
plumber?
it would just be for, I mean, I suppose if he's a prime, and he's gonna sub the electrical, yes, the electrical people will have to have
Yeah.
work.
See, to get a license to be a plumber or electrician in the city of Burlington anyway, you have to show proof of insurance, which does include workman's compensation, and a bond back to the city in the amount of $5,000.
Okay,
So that's what I pushed on for years, 2 decades now, to get all contractors licensed, to where everybody's on the same playing field, where everybody's paying workman's comp,
Yeah.
bonded back to the city. I know when I work in other cities, that I have to
Right.
provide those. I can't get a license without it.
right. Well, and like I say, I just wanna make sure the county is not liable for Billy out here running a chop saw and not gonna cut his hand off.
I agree.
And I don't feel that even if we elevate the price of said bid to compensate for the workers' compensation, I'm still not feeling 100% warm and fuzzy that each individual person that's working for said company is covered under the workers' compensation, because they are not an employee of that said company.
Right. And I have a concern with
Am
the
I-
waiver.
Am I right? Tom, is that
You are
the right
correct.
way?
You are correct.
So it really opens up a bigger picture. So this contractor that put the bid out, if he gets workers' compensation, everybody that comes into that building to do work has to be an employee of this contractor and has to be covered under his workers' compensation policy,
Other than his subs,
other than his subs.
and again, plumbers and electricians to get a license have to show proof of insurance, which includes workman's comp and a bond back to the city, so.
So if he has 2 other people come in, then he's got to be doing it, and taking taxes and everything out of their deal, he can't just be paying them. Because that's subcontracting then, right?
Correct.
Yes. But I guess on our term, or on our side, if they do get,
The only thing I can say for me, I mean, when I bid a project, I'm supposed to show proof of insurance. It doesn't specify out proof of workman's comp as well. It's just, in my world, it's a given.
given,
It's a given. It's not something that you say, oh, or, the only specifications on a lot of them is I have to have $2 million per event. Yeah, whether it be liability and or work comp.
Can I ask a question?
mm-hmm,
So do I need to do the same thing, like, say, for example, Wellness, the tree company that's coming in here, do I need to find out if everybody who's coming to work with him is a contracted worker or an employee, and because I haven't done that with other companies.
I would say workers' compensation policy, period.
And we need,
I think once we require it, we're gonna have to start, it's gonna be across the board for
Yeah,
everybody
it needs to
from
be.
then on.
It really does. We're opening county up for
Liability.
major issues, liability issues.
Yes.
And that's what we're here to do, is to.
I know wellness is fully insured.
Yes.
but we need to,
We need
like,
to
do that with
certificate
everybody.
would not
that's
hurt.
Proof.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt to have it on file.
Yeah.
So what do we do, guys, on this particular situation?
I would pay the extra money if if it says on his new insurance cert that he's paying workman's comp, then.
Okay, so,
I would do it this time, but from
yeah,
now.
we need to really streamline our bids, or for work being done to specifically state workers' compensation as well as other insurance.
If that had been
We
specified
really-
up front, that'd have been added to the bid.
Well,
so-
you might not have got a bid one,
Yeah, that's correct, too.
so, because they didn't have it.
Yeah.
And so, so I guess we need a motion, is that right? To approve the bid of Avendroff Contractors or something for the work on, the Coffee County Extension building. The bid was for $46,800. And to provide workers' compensation for this would increase the price of the bid to $50,600.
And he will, if we pay this, he will provide
He has to provide.
Darrell with the
Certification.
certification that he did
Yes.
take it.
Yes.
do you wanna use this contract or anything, or just, give him that stipulation and?
Does it state anything in here that he will provide workers' compensation?
Within 3 business days.
Okay, I would use this.
Okay.
I personally think this is a binding, I personally think it helps keep us out of the hot water as well, does it, Wade?
He just walked right across the door, we're gonna do this with.
It says in lieu of general contractors, workman's comp insurance, occupational accident insurance, or signed notarized affidavit, we need to strike that from this contract though, correct?
Okay, got it.
I mean, we're either doing the work comp or we're doing the other, that's what,
Right.
Okay, those were
I
the
mean, if we're
options
gonna
that were
pay-
given to us at the time.
so I would assume if we didn't agree to the escalated price on the work comp, that he would just have to provide us the occupational accident.
Right.
And so I
For the
would,
46.
I would strike, if we're paying work comp fee, I would strike occupational accident fee,
Correct.
occupational accident
In the waiver.
in the waiver.
Okay,
I would,
I can redo that.
because it's considerably cheaper.
Yes. Okay.
If he gets working the comps, that covering on any project, or is it working comps?
Yes.
So he's actually doing some work downstairs, and that would actually cover him on
That
that.
would cover him on that too.
Yes.
Yep. Anywhere he goes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, motion on the floor.
I'll so move, Mr. Chairman.
Don's moved. I'll second. Any further discussion?
Did you brief over this?
I did.
Okay. And do you have any negatives or positives or anything you wish
I'm
to throw?
surprised that it's not a matter of course going back in the time that's
Same
not been
here.
included, but same here.
Well, we're headed that direction now, it sounds like, so.
I mean, anything you could do to mitigate the risk to the county is what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Don moved, Jesse seconded. All in favor, any further discussion? If not,
I don't like it, but I think we need to do it because we've got quite a bit of money invested into a project and we're sitting here holding it up, so.
Yeah.
We need to move on this time, but we need to get ourselves covered from this on, and it's actually
this is a
double
stepping
covered just because
stone.
we have another project, same person going on.
And this is a stepping stone for the
Right.
county changing their ways of doing things.
Exactly.
Right.
Finally. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Will you contact Mike, or did we contact him, or?
I would get this changed.
Okay,
Contact Mike. He's got 3 days to
okay,
get you a workers' compensation policy,
okay,
certificate in hand, and then we'll go from there.
okay, all right. So, and I do that myself, or do I need to change this to bring it to Andrea?
I don't care.
Okay.
You
I
can work that out with her, but I'd strike the occupational accident insurance
Sure.
out of this deal.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a piece of paper showing the elevated price. Here you go. Okay, that- Now we are on to our, whatever time it is, 10 o'clock. Andrew Schultz?
Yeah, Andrew Schulte.
Schulte?
Yes. And we have a couple people joining us remotely. I'm not sure what documents you already have. I brought.
It's all up front here, guys.
I've got extras if anybody needs them. And I'll pass out a copy of the presentation that we're going to give as well.
Thanks.
Do you want? You all have, there's kind of a high-level map that shows all 5 counties, all 5 counties in Kansas.
And that's in here, in this?
No, that's not it, but it should be, I think you've got it there attached to the email.
Second page.
Oh, okay.
And then do you have a county-specific one also?
Yes.
Okay.
His
I'll
third
hold on
page
to
there.
those. And I think there's some notices as well. I'll give you the color version.
There's 3 more of these in those papers.
Yeah.
Bob, yours is.
That's right up there. Sorry, Bob.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just grab you and I'll grab mine.
I have one piece.
Yeah, they're pretty much the same. One is a newspaper notice and one is a mailer, a postcard, but I think they're almost.
They're in this packet, but they're black and white.
Yeah, it's easier to read maybe with this version.
Extra our newspaper guy will probably want some mark down there.
But, yeah. All right. Good morning. My name is Andrew Schulte. I'm with the law firm Polsinelli in Kansas City. I'm here on behalf of NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest, which is a mouthful, and you can call us NEET, which is N-E-E-T, NextEra Energy Transmission. So if you hear us referring to NEET, that's the name of the company that is developing a transmission line that will originate here in Coffee County at the Wolf Creek substation and travel through 5 counties in Kansas and cross the border into Missouri between Crawford County, Kansas, and Barton County, Missouri, and then terminate at the Blackberry substation in Jasper County, Missouri. It's referred to as the Wolf Creek to Blackberry transmission line. And we are in the process of obtaining a certificate from the Kansas Corporation Commission to be a public utility in the state. And we will, then there's a separate process, and let me just check real quick. Can Tracy and Marcos, can you hear okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay.
Okay, great. We can hear you as well. Just briefly, on the phone today, we have Marcos Mora, who is one of the lead developers of the project for NEET, and Tracy Davis, who is the in-house regulatory counsel for NEET. And so, as I was saying, the project has a pending certificate application at the Kansas Corporation Commission, and then there will be a separate application for the siting of the line. And so the blue line that you see on the map there is it's a line that was developed after a great deal of study and was included in the bid at SPP. That's the Southwest Power Pool, which is the regional operator of the transmission grid. But that route is being further refined through communication with landowners and local agencies to make sure that we're routing the line in the best possible place. And so with that, I will turn it over, and I want to make sure that they can hear you okay, but I'll turn it over to Marcos to go through the presentation.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, all.
Okay.
Let me see if I can switch it.
Yeah, it's coming through his laptop.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just one minute. We're going to see if we can get a little more volume.
Okay. All right. I will talking at the test in the ball. Better now. How's that?
Yeah, it's still a little quiet.
A little quiet.
Yeah, it may be just on our end
It's on
here.
our end.
Well, for whatever reason.
It's coming through the laptop.
Be louder. Does that help?
Should be coming through the TV. but it's not.
Where's Brad? But that slide through 1 through 16, it's just on one.
Here, give me 15 seconds, maybe
30 seconds.
So what's going on, are these, steel structures, is it gonna be wooden pole, or?
It'll be, spun concrete. They're gonna be manufactured, and Marcos can give you a little more detail when we get the volume up, but, they're gonna be, manufactured and then brought in, as a spun concrete pole. And Marcos can tell you why that was chosen.
Still
for the
be H
project.
structure?
No, it'll be monopole.
You know?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, monopole.
Can you guys hear me okay, or no?
We're plugging in some we're plugging in some speakers here.
Okay, okay.
What is your audio performance?
Please, thank you.
And while we wait on the speakers, so you can't see the screen though, right? That's okay.
Yeah, we can't see the screen.
Okay.
Try talking now, let's see if they come out of these speakers.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Better?
No, it's still not coming out of the speakers. Sorry about this.
It's all right. We got a light schedule today. Take your time.
See, I told you.
We've heard that before.
You'll learn
Heard
more
that before, too.
from them than you will from me. I know just enough to be dangerous, so.
The only thing, you don't have your volume turned up on your computer.
Well, it's still coming out of the.
Oh, it's still coming out of
Yeah.
there. It's not switching over.
I've got one more option.
Brad?
Yeah, it's still coming through. I will tell you, I'll explain while we're waiting on that, I'll explain what all the handouts are here. I believe the 2-pager here it was actually, postcard size, I think. And that went to every landowner within 1,000 feet of the center line of the preliminary route. And so it states that there will be a virtual open house next Tuesday. There's 2 options. You can attend the morning session from 10 to 11 or the evening session from 6 to 7. You can join by phone or you can join online. And there's a email address there on the second page and a phone number that landowners can call with any questions that they have about the project.
Now, are these poles designed that you can actually put a second set of wires on the other side in the future?
I am not sure. That'll be a good question for Marcos.
I know, but can you go across it on the other side? Because this is a 345
Right,
line.
yeah, you're looking at the image there?
Yeah, because this is a 345 line, right? So you
It says 345.
You could parallel another one off of the same pole?
That top one already has on the picture.
Well, that's the ground, but that's the ground wires up there.
Yeah, and I'm not, I'll let the engineers answer whether these are exactly how the poles are gonna look, or, you know, this picture is from another project, but I think it's a good representation, but I'm not sure if it's exact. The one-pager was published in local papers. I'm not sure which paper in Coffee County, but,
The only one.
okay.
change.
Why it's not.
Not do anything?
For whatever reason, I can't get it to connect to any of these speakers. Gotta love technology, right?
We can have, Marcos talk as loud as we can.
Yeah, I can try and speak loudly. I don't know if that helps at all.
So, who has the toughest time hearing, Don?
I can hear him speaking, that's
So,
all.
Don, come sit right here so you can hear.
I can sit.
Well, sit right here because the speaker's right here. And then anybody else who needs to get closer so they can.
Yeah, I don't need to be here either. I can back up if anybody wants to sit closer.
Wait, I can sit.
Nope, you're, sit right there.
Ooh, that's quite a double up.
All right, Marcus, I think we've eliminated as much sound as we can, and so if you can speak up, I think we'll be okay.
All right, I will try and speak up here. Let me know if you can't hear me. I'll repeat. Okay, so thank you for the introduction. Thank you all this morning for your time. This is roughly the agenda. We'll talk a little bit about who we are, and then some background for the project. What drove the need for the project, what the project is, the benefits, the routing considerations. I guess Andrew mentioned, we put in a significant amount of thought and planning and preparation for what is the proposed route that was submitted in the bid. We'll talk about some of the key engineering design items. I know you heard some questions about the pole, and so we'll talk a little bit about that, and as well as the key construction activities, what we have going on and plan to have for right-of-way easements, as well as the high-level project schedule, and then, beyond construction, some of the key considerations in operations and maintenance once the project is civil. Moving on, a little bit of background. The project was identified by the Southwest Power Pool, SPP. If you're not familiar with SPP, they're a non-profit regional transmission organization, or RTO. They are mandated by FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and they're basically in charge of ensuring the safe, reliable, and cost-effective grid, right? In terms of transmission
Hey, Marcos,
infrastructure.
can you expand the view so that we see the whole slide?
Oh, if this is everyone. Do you see like a small split screen? Is that what you're
Yeah, we're seeing a split screen.
Oh, all right. Let me see if I can fix that here for a minute. Screen, I'll just move it over to this other setup.
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, that's
Okay,
great.
thank you. All right, and so SVP is in charge for safe, reliable, and cost-effective transmission infrastructure for the region, right, the central region of the U.S. And they have an annual process where they look at 10 years in the future and do a series of analysis and studies, both from a reliability standpoint and from an economic standpoint, and ensure that they have a plan that will meet the needs, right, for the region. And so through that annual process in 2019, this project came up, right? There was a need in the region, primarily driven by the increasing cost, right, of energy, and in order to keep the cost low, in a more cost-effective way, being able to move energy within the region, as well as addressing some reliability needs, right? So reliability needs that would become more urgent within a 5 to 10 year time frame. project does have some reliability, or address some reliability, concerns that would become, the project is built for economic reasons, it would ultimately end up being built for reliability reasons down the road. And so in 2021, when FEP awarded the project, throughout 2020, they ran an RFP, a request for proposal, where 7 bids from qualified developers, including the local utility, provided bids and competed for the right to build, own, and operate this project. And in 2019, as a result of that process, FEP selected NextEra Energy Transmission Southwest as the qualified developer to proceed with building and maintaining the project. Okay. So a little bit about the company overall. NextEra Energy is a leading clean energy utility infrastructure company in North America. You can see, some of the high level stats. We own nearly 82,000 miles of transmission and distribution lines across North America. About 15,000 employees. We have a presence in 49 states in the U.S. and 4 Canadian provinces. And we have a pretty diverse portfolio. You can see on the map there, so anything from wind, natural gas, gas infrastructure, pipelines, nuclear, solar, energy storage, and of course transmission, which is the division I work for, where this project is. So now, zooming into the project area, in the state of Kansas and Missouri. So from a company standpoint, we've invested a little over $2 billion between both states, nearly $11 million in annual payroll in terms of jobs created in the region, nearly $8 million in annual rent payments, and almost $6 million annually in property taxes that are provided to both states, as well as having and owning approximately 260 miles of transmission lines currently operating in both Kansas and Missouri. So now taking it more detail to the project itself. So the project itself consists of it's a 94-mile long, 345 kV line, a regulated transmission line, as Andrew mentioned, that runs from the Wolf Creek substation, which is owned by Evergy, there in Coffee County, and traverses in the southeast direction towards the Blackberry substation, just across the Missouri border, which is owned by Associated Electric Co-op. And, so when you talk about what the project is, it's important to know also what it's not. So, sometimes there can be confusion. So, the project is a regulated transmission line. That was the need identified by FEP. It is not a, purely commercial or merchant line, which is, the type of line that gets built and then people, connect to it, just commercial reasons. And then it's also not a wind jet line, right? It's also a different type of asset. This is transmission line regulated by FERC, approved by states, at the state level, that will address both those economic and reliability for the region. And so, kind of again, why is it needed? Just to really address that need identified by FEP in its 2019 transmission planning process. Ultimately, the line is to reduce congestion, and by reducing congestion, it drives lower cost of energy, which then benefits customers. So, while there will be, let's say, an adder of the transmission cost because of adding the line, it will over time decrease generation part of the equation, and so therefore, as a total sum per kilowatt hour paid by customers, it becomes a lower number over time. So this project, I think we covered here in an upcoming slide, the project, one of the benefits it will save about $344 So in terms of benefits, because of the reduction in congestions and the pricing, of generation cost reduction, the project is expected to provide customers, near $24 million in its first year, and then an additional $377 million over the next 4 years. It'll have the typical benefits, to the region that any new energy infrastructure project would bring, so additional investment in the local economy during construction, and then, throughout the life of the project. East Southwest, of course, is always committed to using, domestically sourced materials, local vendors, and of course, local workforce as much as possible. From a tax revenue standpoint, the project is estimated to provide about $25 million in tax revenue to the state of Kansas, and approximately $4 million to the state of Missouri over the next 4 years. So from a routing standpoint, the proposed route, there were three basically hierarchy considerations that East Southwest considered when proposing the route. And number one was making sure that we minimize impacts to landowners, as well as minimizing environmental impacts, and making sure that we minimize impacts to existing infrastructure as well, or leveraging existing infrastructure depending on the type of infrastructure itself. So going into a little bit of detail there, when we talk about the impacts to landowners, the first thing was how do we make sure that we minimize the length, right? The most direct route possible first, because shorter lengths means less expensive probably. So that's lower cost for customers right out of the gate. But then once you have that, once you have the most direct route possible, then you look at how can we make sure that we are reducing any impact to greenfield, right? Greenfield areas, farming operations to landowners. So usually one of the best ways to do that is either paralleling or co-locating the transmission line, road, or property line. So we our line consider that significantly. Also looking at making sure that there's as much distance as possible from residences and any other public facilities, and minimizing impact to public airports or military training zones. And so, we did run into a significant amount of concerns on that area, but the routing did consider avoidance of FAA considerations around Pittsburgh and the airport there, as well as we had review from the Department of Defense to ensure that the route was not going to be in the way of any military training areas, so that the line complies with those requirements as well. From an environmental standpoint, one of the things that was critical was making sure that cultural or archaeological resources, making sure that the line avoided or any type of protected or sensitive species or habitat from a biological resource standpoint, and then also minimizing any impact to state-owned or tribal lands. Just to make sure that those sensitive areas were either avoided or minimized. From an infrastructure standpoint, making sure that we optimize clearances between existing infrastructure, so such as bridges, culverts, any existing oil and gas facilities in the area, transmission lines that are being crossed, any telecommunication facilities, as well as any existing wind farms, making sure that all the minimum setbacks and clearances were optimized for the right, safe and reliable operation of the project. So high level, just wanted to briefly cover, right, this is more the kind of the 101 type of diagram for what the electric system is and where transmission fits into the picture. The electric system generally starts with the generation, right? Some generating asset, right? A power plant, a nuclear plant, sort of renewable energy, source. And then, it comes out at a very high voltage. It has to be, at a very high voltage so that it can be transmitted, more effectively. And so that's where transmission comes in. It comes from that generation source through a substation at the source, into, the transmission line. And so there it goes over a certain amount of distance where now it comes close to where that energy is actually stored. And, there it just goes into another substation, and so that the voltage can be stepped down and put into a distribution level, voltage, and that's where it goes to the distribution line, ultimately into, people's homes and businesses. So, in terms of the engineering design for the project, make sure that, one of the obviously key elements is how do you make the project design in a way to ensure that it's, number one, safe, that it is reliable. This project is, intended to last, at least 8 years, as a transmission asset, and of course, the use of cost-effective materials as well. And so that picture that you can see there is, more representative of what the design is like. I think I heard a question earlier about the design of the picture. I think the picture is more illustrative about it for another project. But this will be a steel, not steel, concrete, monopole, one concrete monopole, which will have a delta configuration, so that's what you see there at the top. Average height of the pole is about 110 feet, with typical pole width at the base of about 4.5. So the conductor is a high steel, high strength conductor, which exceeds the requirements that SCP set out. This conductor was the highest rated of all conductors in the bid that SCP evaluated, and one of the reasons why our NextEra's bid was selected is this. This conductor will allow future growth, not just the existing needs. So that was one of the elements, as well as just great performance in terms of loss, right? So minimum losses, so the energy, when we move from point A to point B, there's very little amount of that energy that is lost on the way. And then excellent structural reliability. So concrete, in terms of the structures, I mentioned the concrete monopole. There are some steel structures, but it's only about 10%, about 90% of the line will use concrete poles. And the nice thing about the design, right, it's not the typical super wide H-frame lattice structure that we're accustomed to seeing. I think there's now this transmission sector continues to evolve, and innovation comes into play for design and manufacturing. You start seeing more of these monopole design. So that was one of the key focuses of our design, was how do we do this also to minimize the visual impact of the project. So this is a very compact, slim type of structure. The average span length is about 900 feet, so every 900 feet or so, there will be a pole, and it's 150-foot wide right of way, which is typical for 345, or generally really over anything over 300 kV will typically require a 150-foot right of way to minimize any type of safety risk in terms of blowout. Other components of the design, right? So insulators are grade posts. They're used to be attached to the support the conductor wires. Very reliable. There's an optical ground wire along with the line, which provides protection from lightning, as well as communication. And then the foundations are the typical foundations that the project will use are direct embedded, which will use essentially crush rock and concrete backfill for the purpose of resiliency and reliability of the and, that have well-established, COVID-19, protocols to minimize any type of risk from a pandemic standpoint or spread, in that area. It will also require contractors to minimize disturbances, making sure that they are protecting, landowners and their property. And of course, part of the work that we do with landowners is, the restoration of the disturbed area back to its original condition or as close as possible to its original condition. Some of the activities that will happen along the right-of-way is, meeting with landowners to address any concerns or questions, clearing the right-of-way, getting ready for construction, installation of any new, foundations, along with the poles and wires, so that's kind of the meat of it. And then, of course, once it's done, clean up and restoration of the right-of-way. Dimensions of working with landowners. So as far as the right-of-way and the the right-of-way, we are in the process of reaching to the landowners that are along the route where the project actually touches their property, and we are negotiating and securing land options for the easements with those landowners. And then as soon as we attain the regulatory approval for the project, the goal is to then proceed with the execution of those land option agreements and purchase the easements. These are all amicable agreements with landowners, and that's our goal is to achieve most of the route, if not all of the route, with that approach. Crews and contractors may request permission to access the right-of-way to conduct just activities in preparation for construction and before or in parallel while we're securing the project approval. Those are pretty standard items in preparation for the actual construction of the project. Talk about surveying or land surveying, cultural resource assessments, wetland delineation, as well as soil testing before construction begins. And we're also working with landowners on an ongoing basis, and we'll do that throughout the entire construction window and beyond to make sure that all our cleanup and any items of concern are addressed with landowners. In terms of schedule and timeline, so you see on that high level Gantt chart, here by the end of this year we expect to attain our state regulatory approvals. Then in the middle of next year we expect to complete our right-of-way acquisition effort. The design will be final, as well as environmental permitting and the procurement of all materials for the project, roughly all around the middle to the third quarter of next year. And then construction will begin right around that time, approximately the third quarter of 23, and go all the way through the end of 2024, with testing and commissioning, and our goal is to place the project in service no later than January 1st of 25. So some of the activities that will happen after construction, so which are, important, the synopsis there is to say, like I said, the typical life of these projects that are around, initial life around 8 years. So we will focus on reliability and safety standards for the operation and maintenance of the asset. So that includes 24-hour monitoring from a control center, as well as the regular preventative time-based inspections. Any timely repairs when needed, as well as a vegetation management program for the right-of-way to ensure safe and reliable operation of the line. For that, we have over 70 technical staff in the area of the project, with one of the locations being within 30 minutes of the project midpoint. So we're well positioned in the area to provide immediate response, which becomes critical in the case of storm response or
is Blackberry just a substation? And if it is, where do they get their main power from?
I think I heard that the first part of the question is BlackBerry a substation?
Just a substation, or is it a power plant?
No.
Oh, it's just a substation.
Just substation. Where do they get their main power from?
You know that I believe they do get some of their power from the Missouri side. I'm not sure what other sources feed BlackBerry itself. But BlackBerry does have a couple of lines that exit their substation and come back to Kansas from Missouri, and then another line that goes into Missouri. So at least from the direction of energy, some of that energy comes to Kansas, some of it goes to Missouri, but I'm not sure where all their generation is coming from. I do know that the local energy sources there in the Jasper area, but being a transmission guy, I'm not really too worried about their can't be too much of generation side of things.
There's a coal generating plant there in Asbury, just across the Kansas-Missouri line, just east of Pittsburgh. I wonder if they're not trying to phase out that coal plant there.
Yeah, I know that of that coal plant. I believe it's either shut down or in the process of being shut down, is what I heard. But I can't say for sure. But it really well could be one of the sources. But like I said, I thought I heard that it was either shut down already or in the process of being shut down. So the generation source might be also coming from somewhere else.
Is there?
Go ahead.
Is there projected wind generation to tie into this line along the way, like down in Crawford County, for example?
No, not at this time that we know of. Like I said, initially the line is, because it's not a merchant line, there's, it's not being put in place for the purpose of interconnections, but, not to say that that's not something that could come up in the future or that's going to provide benefits to the region. But as of now, we're not aware of any plans to interconnect any wind farms. There is the line does reverse an existing wind farm, that Jayhawk wind farm, but that farm is not interconnected to us. I think it's already interconnected to that existing 151 kV line owned by Evergy.
Marcus, I think Bob asked a question early on. Can you add lines to those poles on the other side as well, if needed?
Yes, so if needed, so this line is a single circuit line. If needed, it could be made into a double circuit. I think, we would have to do some analysis on, it would depend on what type of conductor it is, and, the poles do have capacity for an additional conductor, but, depending on how big the conductor is, it may mean that the poles would have to be replaced if it's a big conductor, big heavy conductor, but, so I guess the short answer is it depends, typically yes, but, depending on the weight of the conductor, it could require more, higher strength poles.
Is this a rolled line? In other words, when it comes off of the right insulator, somewhere down the line, that insulator is going to become a left?
I'm not sure I heard the entire question.
Is this going to be a rolled line? Where, like the right insulator, the line on the right insulator here may become the top left insulator 3 miles down the deal, and line just keeps rolling. I know they used to do that, and
meaning where the line could be extended and just keep going?
It rolls as it goes.
Do the conductors change locations on the where they're connected on the poles?
They used to do that all the time. They said it was basically for static electricity. Do they still do that, or have they cured that?
Oh, you mean where the conductor kind of switches over
Mm-hmm.
its
Right.
location on the pole? Is that where-
Yes.
Yeah, so I have to get the details from our engineers on that. I think generally when that happens, is there's usually some technical driver for that, because ideally, I think generally we would rather not do that, right, just keep it simple. But there's usually some driver, some technical driver for that, roll-up, whether it's the transition to, in some locations, especially as you're getting close to the interconnection point at the substation, there could be a transition from a single monopole where all three phases are on the same pole to a three-pole structure where each line has its own pole. That's not common unless, you need to lower height for some reason, FAA, just by an airport, or like I said, as you're getting close to, you come down in height because you're getting close right at the interconnection point of the substation. But generally, other than that, I think nowadays, based on the conductor that you use and with the monopole, it's less common to see that switching. But that's more of a general answer. I have to get with my engineers to find out the details for this specific line, if there are any points along the route.
Marcus, you got 7.9 million listed as annual land payments. How's those land payments distributed out? Is there a payment for each step as well as an annual payment to each landowner?
Yeah, generally it's an annual fee, or, it's like a long-term lease for the land. And that's, generally, so those numbers are typically just overall for an Xterra. That includes, that's a combination of the transmission or combination of wind farm. That type of annual land payment's a little more, let's say, common on the wind side of things, where it's a long-term lease. On the transmission side, I think it's more common to do a permanent purchase, where the right-of-way is purchased from by the company to the landowner, and so it becomes more of an upfront one-time payment for the land. But during the regulatory process, like I said, we're looking at about a year's worth, almost a year's worth of a window of time where we're securing the regulatory permits. During that time, we're working with landowners to say, hey, we'd like to secure this land option, and usually there's compensation associated with that, which is benefit the landowners as well. Instead of just waiting for the regulatory approval to come in, it gives us as a company the certainty of having the right of way for the proposed route secured, understanding that the state level might cause a shift of the response, but generally, even when that happens, it tends to be, in most cases, usually you're still dealing with the same landowner, still in the same parcel, and so it's providing the landowners the benefit of that additional revenue quality. And then it also gives us the opportunity to go in and do all those surveys, right? So, we work with landowners. It's really a strong focus of ours to work with landowners upfront, so that we come up with something that is beneficial for both parties. Did that answer the question?
Just curiosity, will this be aluminum conductor?
Will it be an aluminum conductor?
No, I believe the conductor's actually steel. It's a high-strength steel.
Steel.
So this is to make up with some grid issues, I'm assuming in Missouri, is that correct?
Okay, so mostly the issues are, the primary concern is, or the primary need, at least here in the initial foreseeable future, is economic. So the projected cost of energy, given the congestion in the area, right? So, I'd like to think of it as almost like a highway, right? You got more cars trying to go through there, and there's just not enough capacity, so you need to open up lanes or build a new lane to provide that congestion. And if you don't, then things slow down, driving the cost up, right? So in order to try and get the same amount of energy from point A to point B, then through the same small channels, then the cost becomes a bottleneck, right? So the cost for every kilowatt hour increases. This is a way to alleviate that, right? There's no congestion, therefore you don't need to bring energy from other areas. It's being provided a little more locally, and the line basically pays for itself in a short period of time from a safety standpoint because of that. And then you're getting the reliability benefits to the grid, because like I said, normally when the congestion problems start to occur, it starts as an economic issue, and then over time it gets to a point where you literally can't fit it more, and now you've got a load that can't be met, and so it becomes a reliability issue, typically a few years down the road.
Cause this will feed from Wolf Creek to Blackberry, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And if Wolf Creek,
Sorry, go ahead.
if Wolf Creek goes down, can they backfeed it?
Yeah, so the line is capable of flowing in both directions. So if at any point in time, for whatever reason, over time, right, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, it needs to flow in a different direction, it can. As it stands, where the congestion is to flow from Wolf Creek to Missouri. But if Wolf Creek goes down for any reason, or let's say 40 years down the road, the plant goes offline, the line remains the same, to serve the area. So there's that typically, especially nuclear facilities, but in general any type of generating facility will remain as an injection point, right? So for whatever reason that facility no longer exists or ceases to exist, the substation and the line assets that are there are typically reused, and a different generation source will provide that energy. I think those things usually happen over long periods of time, because it's mostly about what becomes more economical for the region. Right? So right now, I think nuclear still has plenty of years to go, remaining economical. But if that were to ever change, 40, 50 years from now, then the line's there initially at least for 80 years. So the generation source could be replaced with a different one that's more economical for the area. Let's say 50 years from now, and the line would still be there in place to meet that need.
Any other questions? Okay, no other questions right now, but of course you have the contact information for the company. I'll leave my card here with everyone, so feel free to reach out anytime if you have additional questions. You have the information for the landowner meetings next week, and so we encourage a high level of participation in those meetings. So if there's any interest, feel free to share that information with anybody who has interest. So we appreciate your time, And, yeah, we look forward to working in Coffee County, and, you will be seeing us, around regularly over the next several years.
Good deal. It's always important to keep the Wolf Creek going.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, any closing remarks? Marcos?
No, nothing for me. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Really appreciate it. We wanted to have the opportunity to, introduce the project to you. And as Andrew said, look forward to working with you in the years ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Apologize about that sound issues. We're gonna get that justice.
Send you a class. Well, I just think, thank you.
If you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Thank you, sir.
You think 94 miles, that's what they have. Less than 6 curves. That's a lot, it doesn't sound like that. 94 miles, you know what I mean?
How many poles was it?
At 900 feet,
Per span.
pole, it was 551 poles.
551 poles. It doesn't seem like that's enough.
I know it, right?
Six poles a mile, or approximately five and a half
Yeah.
poles.
Yeah, it's
Five and a half
quick
poles a
math
mile,
on it, so,
Doesn't seem like enough poles.
I know, right?
Does it say the number of poles in Kansas, or the?
No, it's just the 94 miles, and I just divided it at 900 feet. How many poles would it take to go 94 miles? And they come up to 551 poles. Just didn't seem like enough.
That's a lot of poles.
It's still a lot of poles, but it's like
Get looking
94
at it.
miles.
Right.
Them holes by hand.
Right.
So I assume that it's kind of they're really a technical question, but I mean, if it's 110 foot out of the ground, I'm assuming you got a third of that in the ground, so that pole's 140 foot long.
Probably 150.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how deep the foundation is. I could, yeah, I
Used to
could.
be, a third of whatever's out of the ground, it used to be a third of that would be in the ground, but I don't know if that's, like I said, it's not.
These poles in the plant aren't near that deep, they're not a third of the ground.
You don't think?
No,
They're not even
they're
close.
more like,
That'd be pretty deep foundation.
I know, that's.
maybe 10%.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh,
I
yeah.
was gonna say 12 feet, maybe, and that'd be about 10%.
40-foot pole with the REA was on the end of the ground 7 feet, 6 to 7 feet.
Yeah. I'm happy to
Of course, I don't
follow
know
up on that,
these
see
new
what
poles, I
the,
don't know what they are.
Just information.
But there will be spans that will be 1,200 feet long too, when they go across amazing stuff.
well, we'll continue to discuss it as much as we get, we'll give you updates on the KCC process, and then as we get closer to construction, we'll be in touch.
Will this meeting be put in the paper?
Yeah,
in Everett County?
it was in the paper, yeah, that advertisement was in the paper. And then it was directly mailed to every landowner within 1,000 feet of the center line.
Sounds like everybody's been well notified it's gonna be affected.
Yeah. And
You got a lot of legwork, don't you?
yeah, we'll be visiting all the county. You guys are actually the first ones, but we'll be talking to all of the counties in the next couple of weeks.
Good luck.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
your time.
That ends our schedule for the day.
Well, guess the question didn't matter, he's gone now, so. If they're paying right-of-ways for property owners, do they pay the county right-of-ways to go across our roads and stuff?
I would imagine, or, I don't know.
That's all they took left.
Yeah, that I'm not sure. I think it's still still in the infancy of what they're gonna do, so we'll find out.
Just curious.
Yes.
I guess we can go into round table, I guess. Wade, do you have anything for round table today?
Several things.
Several things I knew you would.
I told you.
Glad you asked.
Tom warned me.
So I have to remember how many copies I have. So one of the things that was talked about last week was the release So this release is very comprehensive. I talked to Christina from HR Partners to kind of bend her ear about what options are available, what she has seen over the course of her career on the HR side. And this includes, I mean, what we're looking for to begin with was the driving record side of things. And you'll see what is on this form is specific to, I guess in bold and underlined is driving record, but it also includes other types of information, including background checks, a credit report, and I'm not sure what the county is wanting now. Background checks for some employment positions are done as a matter of course. Credit reports if you're going to be handling money, those type of things. But right now, I think the issue is just the driving record. So this is what was provided to me so that at least we had something to start with. I think Christina will come back before you and have recommendations about what should be done for employment reasons. But if you're interested in a version of this particular form and have it specific to a driving record, all the other language could be pulled out of it, then we can start there.
And this is per individual, so just say driving record, MDR, $20 per person?
Well, that's if it's done through HR Partners. That's that second sheet. So HR Partners will run this information, but it's at a cost. Now, I think Angie sent out an email last week, and that email indicated that EMC or Trust Point would do it as a precondition of employment. Now, you also have options where you can add to have it done for the county on an annual basis, semi-annual, quarterly, those type of things, and that would be obviously a fee. But the pre-employment, I think, is important, and that would deal with the issue about somebody's driving record up front. So, I don't know.
They was $17, wasn't they? Angie, wasn't they?
I think it was about
$17, $18
Yeah.
per person?
Yeah, first one was free, wasn't it? First pre-employment was free.
Pre-employment's free, yeah.
Yeah.
And then for a check, every time they check somebody, it's like $16, $17, $18, something like that.
I'm looking to see what it was.
There should be a quarter, I don't know if a person has to be a quarterly,
$17.65 for each report ran.
$17.65?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if a person should do a quarterly on,
I mean, I think at least, in my opinion, twice a year.
I think
CDL just once a year, right?
No, well, we're quarter.
You are.
Mm-hmm.
We are once a year.
No, you're right, annual review, annual review, yeah, you're right.
So the issue is, and it happened this last time, one, I didn't know that, I don't think anybody knew that licenses were being run by EMC and Trust Point just for insurance purposes, and then we find out at the back end, and if they only run it, let's say they run it in July, and something happens in September, and the next time they run it again, we could have this whole cycle where somebody could have been prohibited, and if something happens, I mean, I think staying ahead of it, in my opinion, is something that should be considered.
If we will offset that though, if they ran, like say September, we ran February, that'd be 2 a year.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if there's an ideal way to do it.
Is there not anything in the hiring that requires them to report all moving violations to their employer?
Not,
If they're in a driving status?
not the way it's currently written.
I think it needs to be.
Well, that's what we're working on, and that's what I read last week. I mean, I don't think it really caught up to us until this last time when somebody was red flagged and then there was a prohibited conviction. You know, but if somebody doesn't report it and you don't find out about it until after the fact, especially if somebody is driving a county vehicle, and let's use a DUI as an example, if somebody doesn't report it and it happens in Kansas City, Missouri, how is Coffee County gonna find out about it if it doesn't get reported?
They're not.
They're
It shows
not.
up on the MVR.
So then maybe once a year, but by the time that happens, and you're gonna have a valid restricted license. So I mean, it's definitely something to think about. You know, we run criminal background checks out of my office on a regular basis because I need to know what somebody's criminal history is to make bond recommendations, to know if they have a history of failures to appear, if they have wants or warrants out of another state that are non-extraditable, which on a lot of misdemeanor offenses, that's what occurs. Recently had someone who had failures to appear in warrants for misdemeanors out of the state of Tennessee, the state of Georgia, and I think the state of Florida. So they were charged with a crime in Kansas, and normally they would have a lower bond than what they would otherwise have, but
Until they don't appear.
they've demonstrated they don't go back up to court. So I asked for a higher bond than I would normally ask for, so that they have to have some skin in the game. Now, does every position in the county need to have a criminal background check? I don't know. That's up to each of you to decide. Some places they do it as a matter of course, just as pre-employment. Does that preclude somebody from being employed? No. But, you know, crimes of dishonesty are probably fair to know if somebody has that in their past, because if they get put in a position of trust where they come in contact with money on a regular basis, then that's something to know.
I personally think your elected officials ought to be ran, personally.
I don't have an issue with it, but I don't know what I'd have to think more about that, what that looks like.
I mean, your law enforcement's already doing that. You're already running, for employment in law enforcement, you're already running criminal history and everything, trying to pull out everything you can pull out.
Well, law enforcement, law enforcement, they have the most comprehensive and intense background check. I mean, they do the equivalent to a polygraph. They do all those different things. They run credit checks. They run criminal history checks. They check with employers. I mean, they do all these things because they have such a high level of liability associated with what they do. You carry a badge and a gun. You know, you're at the top of the
food chain.
Yep.
And what are you gonna do to an elected official if they do have a bad record?
Well, I think
Or elected by the public?
I think you'd have to do a background check prior to running for the position.
I mean, the one that comes to mind is the state representative, I think out of the Kansas City area, who has some sort of history, and I don't know how that information came to light. I don't know if a background check was run, but that individual does have a history, and it came to light, and that became something that people honed in on as a part of that particular individual's campaign.
Well, I guess that's how you gonna keep them from running anyway. It's free, it's free, it's free. I mean, people have rights, you can do it.
It'd be up to the voters to decide. if they
Voters-
want to
voters
vote.
Be up to the voters,
But if you're hiding something, you know, at least it would be.
but are we as a county, can we legally and ethically go out there and say that Wade has a bad record, don't be voting for Wade for his job? I'm not gonna be a part of that.
Yeah, I think it's a slippery slope. I
do too.
don't know of a situation now, what private citizens do and what information they can find and look into somebody's past. I mean, that's their own, but I don't know if the local governing body should have a say in that. I mean,
Well, if it was done in Washington, there wouldn't be any of them there, I'm sure.
I don't know how we could ask for a report on prospective elected official when they're not an employee at this time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Be up to the citizens. If the citizens wanted to get a report, they'd have the right to get a report. If it's not a good report, they can make the information available.
You can't run a report if you don't have the signature of the individual.
so, I mean, everybody who runs for office likely has to go before the public during forums and when they're campaigning, and those are fair questions by people who are trying to decide who they want to vote into office.
No, I just say you'd have Frank Williams from Florida roll in here to Coffee County and be an all great guy, and 3 years later he's running for county treasurer, and he could have embezzled $10 million from said wherever he come from, you know, but you wouldn't know it if none of that has been disclosed.
Well, I mean, you'd hope that information would be readily available if that were the case. I mean,
Maybe so.
Some people, they change their names. I mean, so something doesn't follow. I mean, at least right now, we're at the driving record, so we
We'll
can
start there.
Yeah. Well, I think we ought to do it with our insurance for potential new employees, because that's the first step. Don't hire, if they do have a bad record, that our insurance is not going to insure them. There's no reason for us to hire them.
Right.
So to me, that's where we start. And look,
I think that was the immediate concern and request of Wayne, especially since he had some employees sort of waiting in the background for some prospective employees.
we have to give them the authority to request that.
Sure. So I can clean this up and only include the driving record part of it, and then we can revisit it. But I wanted to start somewhere so that you could see that.
I definitely like the driving record.
But if we're doing this for new employees, and our insurance company, which we're already paying quite a bit of money to, says we'll do this one time for free, we might as well just be having them go ahead and do it.
Well, I agree. I mean, if that's part of the service, then why recreate the wheel?
Exactly.
Do we do all the employees then?
No, just new employees.
But I think we need to look at that particular issue, because if you're going retroactive and doing all employees, I mean, in a way, insurance is doing all employees anyways. Anybody who's gonna drive or operate a county vehicle, so it's done as a matter of course. Now, whether the governing body authorizes it to be done internally, that's a different issue. So we'll just have to, I mean, as the policy and procedures manual is sort of revamped and figuring out how to incorporate some things that need to be incorporated present time that weren't included in the past. I mean, that's just something we have to work through.
Well, the key is right now, Wayne wants to know whether he needs to have this done he's gonna hire potentially 11 employees for summer work, plus maybe some others
we approve it. So, I have no problem with just going to insurance company, letting him take those names and have them checked.
But we wanna make sure, let's start out from this point forward, or whenever we have the, release authorized by the board, to have that incorporated for all future
Right.
employees. Or if somebody says, I'm just not gonna drive a county vehicle. Maybe they're not interested in ever driving a county vehicle, then that probably needs to be looked into as well.
You're still gonna have to have the consent from the existing employees to run the annual review, so.
I mean, through this mechanism, now, it's being run by insurance.
They've still signed off on something that allows insurance to run it yearly?
I mean, I think it's a condition of our insurance.
Okay, so I just wanted to know if there was something allowing it, if they've got some signature in their hiring pack that allows the insurance, to give the insurance stuff.
That I'm not sure of what it says where, but it's something we need to obviously explore.
I'm fine with this. Clean it up, make it driving record.
Okay.
I don't see any problem with it.
I don't
You know?
either. I mean, that's what we've discussed with driving record right now. We can always expand.
So I wanna make sure you approve what the final product is. And I'd say you could do a motion, but we don't have the final work product, and what I might think is, meets what your intent is. And I look at it through a different lens on the legal side, and I might include some things that you might say, no, I think you need to take this wording out.
Basically, you're striking the last sentence.
The credit report part?
Yeah.
Well, and then below the signature line, where it talks about bureaus of investigation, credit bureaus. So I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
And it talks about in the first sentence, contact any law enforcement agency, state agency, bureau. So. Second thing, so Sheriff Johnson and I had a meeting with one of the representatives from Goldberg to try to figure out sort of a timeline on what they need to do as far as a public awareness campaign. The main thing that this board needs to be aware of right now is a recommendation that by...
That's February.
Yeah, that's what it didn't look right. Which month? March. They look almost like, can I rip this off?
You got the other months down at the bottom.
So, ideally by the 25th, you have whoever is gonna be on the steering committee, in mind, because starting in April, I think they're gonna start having initial meetings to get things set up with those individuals. And there'll be sort of a running, dialogue of those meetings, whether they be virtual or whether they be in person, that's to be determined. So I would encourage you to contact your local city representation in each of your areas of the county and see if they might have one or two that would be willing to be on the steering committee. Additionally, you might want to have some citizen representation. One of the suggestions was to have maybe a superintendent, someone from the hospital, business owners. I think to several of you, I've had different people contact me and indicate they would be interested, and I passed on those names. But I think you need to get as many as you can, and I'd encourage you to get people who are not only for the new the new jail and renovation, but those who are against. In fact, those who are against or adamantly opposed, I think, are equally as important, because maybe they have good reasons why they oppose it, and maybe they'll come up with reasons for that committee to look at things in a different way. But I think you start there. And if you could...
Who do we get the names to?
I would suggest getting them to Andrea as a central point of contact, and she can coordinate with me and the sheriff. There's also some discussion about putting out some social media type correspondence, since the commission does not have a social media page, then have to figure out where that would be. One of the first places that it would need to go that does get a lot of traffic is the sheriff's webpage. It could go through the county attorney's webpage. I just don't want the general public to interpret that as, well, I want something, because it's not, that's not the intent at all. So that's that. Any questions?
I'd say just try to figure out a good way to put it out through and it'd probably be the sheriff's office Facebook page. Probably be the best place, because it's going to be their jail. It's going to be our jail, but I've tried to reach out to some people, and I've visited with some, and they say, well, I'm not against the jail, but I don't want to be on the committee.
Yeah. You're gonna hear quite a bit of that.
Yeah, I haven't found anybody volunteering either. So.
I found two.
You stole one. He's a person stealer. So,
sorry.
He crossed the line. I've got a number of people who've indicated that they'd be interested, and I think I've passed those names on. I just run into people out and about, and since they know I'm tied to the court system, they mention it, and some of them are adamantly opposed, don't think there's an issue or a need, and others are very much in support and thinks that it's a great idea, and they think putting it right outside in the parking lot is the best place. Others don't like that it's right next door to the elementary school. And you hear it both ways. So not going to make everybody happy, and at some point in time you just have to figure out what's best under the circumstances, but having this committee a part of it, because if they can understand what's going on that leads up to the necessity why this is where it makes sense and why it's going to cost what it's going to cost, then they go out into the community and they're either a positive or not. So
you said by the 25th?
25th. By the 25th. And ideally, to have their name, a phone number, and an email address, if at all possible, so they could be included in an email that would sort of initiate a meeting. Make sense? So speaking of the jail, every morning I'm given the new numbers, because I have to watch and see who's in custody and make sure we have appearances within a reasonable amount of time. And right now we have 22 inmates, and what's interesting about that for me is last week I worked hard to get 4 or 5 people out of custody. But of the ones that are in custody right now, $15 of them are for allegations related to felony offenses. And a felony is punishable by incarceration with the Kansas Department of Corrections if convicted. We have five misdemeanors and looks like one city hold.
How many do we have farmed out?
We have right now it looks like we have two are farmed out. Well, 4 are farmed out, but 2 are temporarily farmed out. So, and what should be telling to you is the number of felonies. I mean, I can tell you I'm filing more felony offenses than I have the entire time I've been here. And someone might say, oh, well, he's just doing it for numbers. I'd rather charge something lower. I'd rather get people out of jail, but that's not the position I'm in. So I just filed case number 45, somewhere in that neighborhood, and I've still got several more I have to charge. So if you extrapolate that over the year, if it continues that way, and I'll tell you, once it gets warm, the numbers go up. It's always been that way everywhere I've been. When it's cold, people don't come out. They don't do the crime isn't what it normally is. And I can tell you, and need to talk to the sheriff about this part, but they're going to need some help if it keeps up. They only have so much bandwidth. I know for a period of time, Sheriff Johnson, the undersheriff, when he's back from legislative session, they're out running the streets. They're out on the highways, they're patrolling. And they do so because they need the coverage. So.
Crazy times we live in.
Yep, I mean, it's unfortunate. And again, of the people who are in custody, only one of them, again, is not a Coffee County hold.
Only one of them is not a Coffee County.
Right. So of the 22, one is being held for another county.
Yeah, he's been held for a while.
But I think I mentioned it last week or the week before. Some people have indicated, oh, well, Coffee County's already holding for other counties. No.
We don't have any of them, do we, right now?
Holding for other counties? We just have the one. And I think that's a reciprocal with the other counties, so it ends up being
That's kind of a trade-off.
Yeah, it ends up being
Because they're in a situation, so they had to get that one out of there.
Right. So, just information for however you want to digest that. So I think that's really, unless you have anything else for me, what I have for today.
The 2 things we discussed last week, either one of those, if you, Susan and, you want to discuss that?
Yeah, so one of the things that I need to bring to your attention, and I don't know if you know who Community Corrections is. Community Corrections, there's 2 tiers of probation services. for somebody who's in court. In the building, we have court services, which is a lower level of supervision, and a lot of misdemeanor cases, some felonies, end up on supervision with court services. The higher tiered service is community corrections, and we have a community corrections officer who comes to Coffee County and they meet with probationers twice a week. Now, whether you're on court services or on community corrections, if you're complying with all the conditions of your probation, there obviously are no issues. So it's smooth sailing. The ones that have issues, whether they don't report, whether they pick up new charges, whether they have positive drug tests, that triggers an affidavit being filed with the district court, which then comes to the county attorney's office, whether it be here or anywhere else, and then a motion to revoke their probation, which likely will result in a warrant for them being picked up, and then sort of start with that process. Our community corrections officer meets in a building here not too far from the courthouse, and in a recent conversation with them, it came to my attention that I'm concerned that they're meeting with people alone. And I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail about that, but I'm also on the Community Corrections Advisory Board for the 4th Judicial District. I've not talked to the director, which I will soon, and I think there'll be an email, but I would like to at least plant the seed. They need to be in a building like this, where there's a lot more people around, and I think that's a better option in my opinion. Now, where would they go? Space is obviously an issue. Now, if there's a new jail, there may be more rooms and more accessibility for someone in that position to have a room or an office within the courthouse. But right now, we're talking about, even if that is something that happens in the future, it's not happening for several years down the road. I don't know what options are available, what rooms. I mean, I need a conference room, but it's just not happening right now. Somewhere in the building, I would encourage everyone to maybe look and explore what options are available.
With the office, when they move across the hall, I'll be where Rhonda is. That office has a door that shuts. Would that be? They wouldn't be alone, but we could do something in the door where somebody has to buzz in maybe or something.
I mean, they're only here twice a week, so.
And they could use what we use for executive sessions when Bobby gets moved over, which looks like it's getting closer to that.
And it's something where they meet sometimes after hours. So the main reason why I think that's important is there's cameras all over, outside, inside, going up and down halls, and if there are any issues, that I think that's especially important.
It could probably be interesting. I think it'd probably be wise to have a camera inside the room.
I have a couple thoughts, but maybe we don't want to mention them now, because maybe we need to talk to some of the other people involved when we do it, but.
I'm just planting seeds right now. I will wait for an email or a letter from the Director of Community Corrections, and then the advisory board, and then I just want you to be thinking about what options might be available.
So I'm assuming they team them up. If they're meeting with the male, male's meeting. If they're meeting with the female, female's meeting.
Negative.
You're kidding.
So one of the issues that I have is I deal with the felony population of people who are on supervision, and we're talking about people who potentially have substance abuse issues, have mental health issues, and sometimes when they meet with their probation officer, they're just not in the right frame of mind. And I just don't think putting somebody in that position is something that I'm in support of, and I'll do what I can to see that they have the ability to feel safe.
On both parties, on both sides of the fence.
Sure. So
there's no cameras, Warren, no nothing?
I mean, I don't know exactly what they have, and I don't wanna go into.
Right. I'll shut up now.
I just think, my position is I think they need to be in this building, if at all possible. If there's a space available for them to come into this building, and then some may have the concern, well, you're having convicted people who are on probation come into the courthouse. I think everybody needs to get over that, because
They come in anyway.
They come in this building all the time on a regular basis, and they're on supervision, and that's what's being requested of them. And if they're coming and meeting, then they're following through with what is a requirement. So.
More space.
I mean, it's a common theme. More space. Not enough space.
Has anything changed across the street to the east here yet?
Yeah, somebody's already occupied that.
No, I don't.
Any questions, anything?
I don't think so. Not for me, anyway.
Okay. Well, that's really all I have, unless you have anything else.
I don't think I have anything for Wade, I don't think. I don't think I have any questions.
Essentially, the last one for one of the other schools.
Waverly.
Before I sign it.
Wade, I was gonna bring it up in the roundtable since you're here. 5 or 6 of us went to the Lynn County Judicial System 6-8 months ago when it was midway through their construction.
Right.
And at that time, we mentioned that maybe we'd like to go back near completion. I know near completion is March.
Right.
I didn't know whether you'd visit with Sheriff Johnson to see if we could set up another date here in the near future for us to travel back.
I know he's in he's in regular contact with the sheriff in Lynn County. I will mention it to him. I'm not sure if they're up live and running. I know they were pretty close. And then they've got some sort of plan in place to transition into that new building to not overwhelm them. There was a conversation about a federal contract or a federal letter of commitment, and the sheriff is a better one to talk about sort of the ins and outs of that, but it's actually to get a federal commitment. My understanding is your facility has to be 75% finished. They have to come out, check it out, and then go through a bunch of internal checks to then get that commitment. So that has happened in Lynn County, to my understanding, and it's a pretty intensive process. It's happened, my understanding is the commitment in Osage County is a little different because they're using their existing facility to at least have two beds available, just so they could say they've gone, I guess, they have the beds involved, but their facility, once it's 75% complete, will go through that same process, and that will determine what you're entitled to, and the sheriff can explain it to you a little better. He gave me an overview, because that's been a looming question. So you can't get a commitment letter ahead of time, because they have to see that it meets highly summarized federal standards. So that ties right into revenue bonds, and how would a new facility financially get paid for? So
A lot of fun times ahead of us, isn't there?
you know what?
Yeah, it's gonna move pretty quickly.
It's gonna get here.
I think that's just for complete transparency, so everybody knows what you're working with. And, you know, you don't wanna burden the taxpayers, but you also wanna get it paid for in a way where it gets paid for. And I ultimately don't know what that answer is, but it has to get paid for somehow.
If it had been done shortly after it started, it would already been completed and halfway paid for. Cost a hell of a lot less money.
Hindsight's 20/20.
Yep.
So that's all I got.
I think that's all we have for you.
Okay.
Have a great week.
You do the same thing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Angie, do you have fun stuff for us?
I do. So, here, a month or so ago, whatever it's been now, there was talk about, HR partners recommending going with time clocks and to get the time right and all that. So, these were some questions. It was just a quick, short survey that, has been put together mainly by Christina, and, she's got all the county employees' emails now that wanted to provide them, and some of them have personal emails, some of them have county emails, so she's got all of those. So we wanted to put these before you to get your approval, or if you want to add anything to it, and then I'm supposed to get back with her to notify her of what your thoughts are.
My only thought is, I just really don't like the, having to use a personal phone to clock in. I'd rather see it on your computer, or, you know, I mean, I know you have it as an option, but, so the number one, moving to an electric time clock, could that be the computer? I mean, or?
Oh, yeah, I mean, there, those that can have access to a computer, but like you're gonna have sheriff's officers that are gonna log in from their home, or road and bridge guys that might be out in the field that want to use a computer.
Oh, that's true, I never thought of that.
And
Well,
so,
road and bridge, other than the, section meetings guys, they all go to the shop. There could be a computer at the shop, they could all use it to log in on.
right,
So they could have a time clock
But
there.
the, blade section guys would be the only.
You can't.
They have,
And there's radio, and this was something that was brought up a few years ago too. There's radios in those blades, and the point was, at the time, those guys were gonna call in every morning at a time and say, okay, we're on the job now. Well, then, I don't know what happened all at once. We quit using radios and everybody went to their personal phones. But if we're not gonna use the radios, why don't we take them out, do something with them? But they're in there. When they get into their vehicle, they can call in then and say, okay, I'm headed out now. And somebody in that office, there's only 7 or 8 of them, can log them in daily. That's not a big issue. But personal phones, if they have a computer at access, I think it's when they're sitting down at their computers when they ought to be logging in.
My thing is, not everybody has computer access. You put a computer down there, and 35 people or 25 people gotta log in and enter their time. They're gonna be late for getting out on the job. Everybody has their personal phone anyway. The one thing about the personal phone, if they are logging into it, it does give you a geofence of where that happened at. You could set a geofence around the road grader at Lepo. You could set a geofence around the road grader over at Waverly, and they can't log in until they can't come on duty until they enter that geofence.
Huh?
So,
Okay.
I mean, it's just black and white.
If you're on your phone, you just can't log in from Arizona.
Yeah, you can't log in from your house when you're supposed to be at your vehicle. Now, they could drive to their geofence, log in, and then log back out. Or drive back out, I mean, but they have to be inside their geofence to log in.
My only thing is, if we're doing this for county clock in, I don't think we should be having people use their personal phone for it.
Well, then.
Next thing you know is, oh, how much you gonna pay me for using my phone to clock in?
Every week. They're gonna pay you every week.
Oh, that's my theory.
If not, leave your phone at home.
That's my theory too, yeah.
Well, I think, from thinking on the sheriff's office side, is we were always told if you do anything work related on your personal phone, now they can subpoena your phone. So if we're using it to clock into work, now for whatever reason, they can subpoena your personal phone because you are using it for something work related.
That's true.
I agree.
And I may not be the only.
They're using their phone work related anyway, because they're using it to pick it up to call George or Frank or whoever to let them know what's going on.
Right, and that's why everyone's kind of like, don't use your personal phone for any business because now they can. And that includes, if they're doing that for that. And
So then, the other option is to back up and just keep doing what we're doing right now. We still want to get on like get away from the advanced pay that we're doing. And Christina said she has some ideas on that, some other ideas that she's come up with. So if we want to not do this right now, find out what her other ideas are, because that's where this was kind of coming from, I think, to get us on that. But if it's not going to work, then...
Well, the guys down Road Bridge, they can have a 5-minute variance either way logging in. That's 10 minutes to log in. You know, everybody down there don't have a place anyway. The sign shop people, they're out there. They have computers out there. They can log in there if they want. My only thing is, am I the only person in the county that doesn't have a phone that can do that? Probably not.
You're probably the only person in the world.
But I just, no. Because the next thing is gonna be, well, like Andrew just said, and Angie said, if you let them use it for one thing, but you're telling them they can't use it for other things, but where we at?
Mm-hmm.
If it was up to me, every personal phone would be checked in and not taken out, then you would have access to it when you're working for the county.
Now, in our shop, we use tablets because of the dust, and the tablets are closed, and you can use the tablets throughout the shop.
I mean, it's the old-fashioned time clock is the way to go.
Yes, there
Each
is.
office,
Yep.
on down Road and Bridge, and section blade operators can call in and have somebody clock them in, I guess, I don't know. But the answer would be there.
The time clock could work down Road and Bridge, they just drive by and click the deal, but
They
I don't
probably-
see any problem why a computer wouldn't work for people in the courthouse. Everybody in the courthouse, I think, has access to sets it in front of a computer.
Right, and it would.
And when they clock in on that computer, then you know they're at work.
Well,
They're not within a field,
Well, the whole
clocked
point,
in and then standing out in the parking lot for 20 minutes talking to somebody else. They're at their computer, should be working.
You're looking at using two different systems, the old clock-in system and time card that's on the computer. It's two different systems.
and if I could say, going with the old-fashioned time clock is not going to make things any easier for our office.
No. To me, if it's
We
like
have-
it used to be.
you gotta enter it.
Well, we have the software.
One person won't be able to do all that if you do it all the time clock.
Yeah. And I don't really wanna have to
There'd
hire
be so
another
much stuff
employee. I'd
there.
rather leave it the way it is right now it's working, if we're gonna do that, so.
I don't know what the technology and the computer system could bring to it that would, you know, do the job and eliminate, or not, maybe not eliminate, but reduce the workforce. Maybe not reduce it, but make sure we get it done with the workforce we got. What's some other counties doing that, is there any other counties out there that have been more aggressive and
I can
going
check
to
with
other,
some.
going to some other ideas that could give us?
Well, I know like the software we have now, we are not utilizing that app to do this time costing, and some counties are using that. So where people would
Can you
log in.
visit, can you check with those counties and see just exactly what that's doing for them?
Sure.
And then does it have to be like an actual computer? Cause I know like on these cards, Brad can tell you what time you use this at the door to clock in. I know some people hold the door open for somebody else, if you had one inside where everyone just walks by, swipes it on it, and it goes to a different system, so it would clock
Well,
people in
that's what
necessarily.
Bobby just held up the key to
Oh.
enter the door, you know, and that's what I was gonna go at. I mean, yeah, but everybody's gotta be on the same system. If all of your blade people are out there, they're gonna radio, that's gonna take somebody to get up, go grab their key, swipe it, grab another key, swipe it, you know, 4 or 5 keys. And if that person's not there at that point in time, when they're yelling at them on the radio or calling them on the phone, using their personal phone, I'm sure, then they're late, you know, they get lost that time. Well, then the person that's clocking them in forgets to make up for on the backside of the day, on the end of the day, so it just becomes a nightmare.
But you're only talking 7 or 8 people.
That's just,
You should have 2 or 3 people down there who are capable of doing everything.
that's just what we're gonna say, if we could put a system in place that would take care of 95% of our employees, and only leave 7 or 8, we could you could enter that information.
You do have department head overrides in case somebody forgets to, but they know that they're there.
I mean, you got the weed
There
department
is.
that's the same way, would be able to do the same thing, because everybody at the weed department, I think, reports to the weed department.
Mhm.
Or
So
recycling, whatever it is.
we're talking 3, 4 people at the weed department,
Mhm.
and then at, recycling, what, 4 or 5 people, I mean, that's all it amounts to.
I would think something could be discovered that would simplify that and get us back on real time. And whether you could discover a county that's doing that and bring some information forward, I don't know, but
Yeah, I can,
there's bound to be a
Contact
county or
the
two out there that's maybe, I don't mean to be a step ahead of us, but a step ahead.
yeah, I can contact them and
Then you
find
may
out.
have to go to Shawnee County or Sedgwick County, see what they're doing. Or Lyon County,
I think you'll see a lot of them are using their phones.
Yeah, we probably-
I'll guarantee you the bigger counties have a check-in of some kind.
So I guess, in regards to this sheet of paper you gave us, is this something that we just put on the back burner until we get more from Orison to send it out, I guess, I don't know.
At least we get the
least
pay
you
part
get-
at least
Mm-hmm.
narrowed down, in my opinion, I mean, 'cause that's more important to me than time clocks right now.
Well, then you look, do you have an issue concerning clocking in on your personal phone through an app?
At least
At
we
least
know.
people would know,
At
we
least
should
you
have a,
know. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, this is just a survey.
a lot of people probably won't
Just a
care.
survey.
I'm good with sending it out.
Yeah, I'd send it out.
Okay.
Send it out.
I'll let Christina know, she's gonna be the one doing that, since it's on her deal,
Yeah.
so.
I'd just send it.
I don't think it would create any negative issues.
It'll just give us some information.
Give you some feed,
Yeah.
yeah, news feed.
And then, reminder, this Thursday, you guys will be attending, the 4 of you that are going, the Southeast Kansas, County Officials Regional Meeting in Anderson County, Garnett, at the Anderson County Junior Senior High School, 1100 West Highway 31, from 10 to 11:45 a.m. for meetings, and then they will provide a lunch, so. And that's all I have today.
Very well. Old him.
I'm gonna let you off the hook actually today.
This,
The weed
weed
stuff.
management plan, does it go back to you?
I think, Andrea had
It was just a copy,
It was just a
just for
copy.
everyone to see, so it wasn't so many
We
copies
don't
printed
have to
off.
file it or nothing?
Yeah.
I have to have I file it, but the
Yeah,
sign.
this is just an extra copy.
I
yeah.
do the signed copy.
Oh, okay.
All right, good enough.
Got it.
No?
No, nothing.
discuss the motion we tabled?
Oh, you wanna go to an executive
Yeah, I
session?
think we need to be in executive session and start out the.
Okay. I guess put a motion out there for,
I move we go into executive session for non-elected personnel for,
performance.
job classification, I don't know if that catch it.
Job
For,
classification.
15 minutes with the commission. For right now.
Bob's put a motion out there for executive session of 15 minutes for the board only to discuss job classification of non-elected personnel for 15 minutes. Any discussion?
I'll second the motion.
Oh, sorry. Bob's moved, Tom seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will go in at 12:01.
Give us a minute.
12:02.
Give us a minute to stop.
12:03. We'll go at 12:03.
That one?
Huh?
12:03.
12:03 for 15 minutes.
Aye. Did we vote? Yeah, we did.
Aye.
Yeah, we voted.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I get to, working my clock.
You're the only ones left.
Angie, Mr. Kurtz is out here and wanted to see if he could set a time with you to talk about the sale. Getting things listed and advertised.
Okay, I can talk to him here in just a second.
You can hang around for just a minute. Do what you wanna do or. Okay, that's fine.
We can go
Didn't know you were done.
back around. They're not done, they're in executive
Oh.
session. Come on around. You would, oh, go over here.
Hello, G-Dog. I didn't know you were in here. Did you print this? That's fine, that's fine. You know, I wasn't fully trying to file 6:30. I was just touching base. Just waiting for that. Get the started. You'll be busy. I'll be Friday. So why don't I just do that? Does that work for you? Okay, so let's get it. Well,
Right.
We're back.
Don't have anything
You don't
else.
have any round, Don, you got round table?
Just a couple things. We haven't heard anything from our new CEO at the hospital for some time. And I'd like to, I'm sure they've got their 12/31 departmentalized numbers down. I'm gonna have Andrea call them and see if they can give us an update on the hospital here next week.
Oh, you want them on the agenda, or for?
Well, if Jovan could necessarily come in, but, you know, they give us presented us with a departmentalized breakdown here based on October 31, maybe back in December, so I'd like to see what their 12/31 looks like. Now, I had one of the directors, visit with him very quickly at, a service the other day, and I won't get into details, but, I told her I was gonna be asking for that departmentalized breakdown.
Okay.
And then also our KAC meeting coming up last week in April. I don't know how many of the commissioners was planning on going, maybe none. But that's the middle of our vouchers on the Wednesday. So I didn't know whether, and we haven't seen a program yet because they haven't got the program announced. They're still working on the program. And it's I think it's at Salina this year.
That's what we went to last year in Kansas City, wasn't it?
Yes. So, you know, sometimes there's value to it, sometimes there isn't value to it. Most of the value comes from visiting with other commissioners, but I'm not saying I need to go to it, but it is, vouchers is in the middle of it.
Is it KAC or KACC?
I think it's KAC.
The one you went to was KAC last, and
Yeah.
Kansas
This- Kansas
Association of County Commissioners.
Oh, okay.
But it's in Salina this year. So, and we don't have to make a decision now, but we got something in the middle of it. Like I said, we don't have a program yet. That's all I have.
Okay. The only thing I have is, I got a deal here from the city about their funds. Statement of projects accomplished with the county funds issued to the city of Lebo. Below is there's one of them. And then another one is attached request statement, projects accomplished county infrastructure grant funds of the city of Lebo. there's a couple items, both of them they're different.
But one is infrastructure, one is parks.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
This one here began, and the Parks and Rec, they spent $38,000. This would be the first one we've got from any city so far.
No, there were
We
two
just had one,
others,
correct?
Lebo
We just had
and,
one in our book, didn't we?
Yeah.
Gridley came.
Correspondent,
Came by, and the
correspondent.
correspondent.
and Burlington. was the other one,
Burlington
sorry.
and Greeley ran correspondent.
And the new secretary at the city of Leroy, Kim, and I can't think of her last name, Kim asked me about the infrastructure money. It was called grant money when it was sent to them, you know, for the parks and for the infrastructure. She wasn't sure what that actually meant. It wasn't explained to her when she stepped into the office there in December or whenever, and I told her to go back, so we'll be getting something from Leroy here shortly, once they get that all broken down, but it may take her a little while to get it broken down. She didn't realize, you know, all the details that had to be involved in it.
I could only imagine. I could only imagine what he did.
It had a nice bit of a Kim and explained to her what the funds were, and there had to be some file someplace that'd give her a total breakdown.
The other thing I have is we still need to do some planning for Wayne's exiting. Guys, this is almost April, it's getting close. We've gotta figure out what we're gonna do, and was there another, you said,
The church,
oh, the church
but,
deal.
Tim's got a ton of pictures, and he's already forwarded some to one entity. I'll let you.
I think, did I send you pictures of the inside of the church?
No, the only thing, when you and I were discussing how many lights were in there, those are the only ones that I have.
All right, I'll go ahead and forward them,
Okay.
and, I've got a list of 3, but do we wanna contact them and see which direction do we wanna go on this?
I'd like to get moving on it as well.
Yeah.
Suggestion I got is give them, you know, till July 31st or whatever to come up with a proposal of some sort, if you will, you know. Lay out a scope of work, we want the building down and gone, we'll supply you a place to dispose of it, you can get what you want.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, pretty short.
See, my concern is, if they just want stained glass, a lot of these aren't in the business of demolition.
Well, true, but I mean, they've worked with demolition contractors, or they, you know, we can give them, if they want somebody local, we can give them a list of local people they can possibly use.
The thing is, if you notify those 3 people, we'd better advertise it out to everybody.
Yeah.
But you can still notify those 3 people.
Right, yeah, no, we can advertise it however, World Wide Web, or however,
You know, we need to, because
however
otherwise,
it can be done.
you know, somebody would say, well, what does it know about it?
Yeah, no, I get it, but,
And once again, workers' compensation, if they're gonna be on the property doing any type of work.
As much as a lot of those companies do, they probably have insurance in place.
oh, yeah.
Probably well positioned on that.
Now, I know of 1, maybe 2 that are family owned, and
They would.
They might not. And they might. They might.
But they can get it for one time.
Yeah.
They can get the, if it's just them and them only, they could get that waiver signed. But then again, they could just get the occupational accident, which is just for a sole individual worker, owner worker. And,
I'm kind of family owned, but my family members that are on payroll, I pay work comp on them.
yeah, you pay work comp on them, yeah. It's just less expensive. It's more expensive going that route than it is the other. You probably opt out of yours.
I opted out, yes.
So, I guess my question is, we want that tore down. Are we taking on bids on what somebody's gonna charge us to tear it down, or what they're gonna pay us to
Well,
take all the stuff out of it?
That's what I'm saying, we need a proposal sent to us. I mean, this is the scope of work we wanna see, you get what you want out of it, we want the building
Right.
gone, and we'll supply you a
We
place.
want it gone.
We'll supply you a place to dump it, so it's up to them to come up with the subcontractor to haul it to wherever we're telling them to haul it to. and they get what they want.
So in a sense, we're saying, give us a bid of how much it's gonna cost us to pay you to get that building down.
Well, it could come back and say, we're gonna pay you.
Should we go with the demolition?
It ain't going, you know it ain't, Tom.
It ain't gonna go that way, Tom.
Should we go with a demolition company that these people, we give them,
Then would you want if you was gonna do a project, would you want a demolition company to come in and somebody just take all this good stuff about it, and then you come in and you gotta clean up after them? You never know, the contractor, they might, probably a contractor will contact some of these people and say,
Correct.
hey, I've got this, what will you give me for it?
That's what I mean. I mean,
yeah.
let them decide what they want and how it comes down, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
Yeah, you're welcome to stay if you want.
I just wanna deal with one
Person.
One-
That would be the reason for doing it that way.
right.
Yeah. And then they can contact people.
One company and one timeline.
Yes.
I don't think we wanna work with 2 or 3 timelines.
No.
But I think the people that are wanting the product out of the building would be more apt to be the prime,
Exactly.
to turn around and go, come in, we want this, get the contractor in there, we want this, and this. And then get that out of there, and then they have somebody else come in and clean it up and away they go.
And I wouldn't mind also having that project bonded. I mean, even if it is a $50,000 project, I'd like to see it bonded, so you're not stuck there holding the bag on cleaning up if they decide, oh, I got what I wanted.
Right, and they're gone.
With that in mind, they'll take 1 or maybe 2 out, because they're a small operation, and they just want to come in and take what they
They
want.
might be able to go out and hire a contractor and say, hey, deal with a contractor and say, hey, we want some of this stuff out here, we're gonna take it. Now, how much are you gonna charge to come in and take the rest of the stuff?
If there's enough value in the
There's
windows,
avenues.
they might be able to get somebody involved. I don't know how much value there is in the windows.
There's avenues.
Oh, yeah.
We just gotta get the ball rolling on it.
Exactly.
Are we gonna require the basement, every drop of concrete to come out of it, and then all brand new fresh dirt laid back in? Cause whoever it is, somebody's gonna have to locate some dirt in this area.
We can talk to Wayne, see if he's got some.
We probably ought to dig all of it out and put fresh dirt in, cause you don't know what'll be built there later, potential. Me, you wouldn't want concrete under.
In reality, do we really care what's gonna be 100 years down the road?
No.
No, but that commissioner might.
That commissioner might.
Well, they won't be able to come back and chew me out because I won't be here anyway.
Can't ever tell, it may come back in 10 years, you don't know what's gonna change.
Exactly.
So what? It would be the first time I've had a chew.
So Tim,
We do need to set the specs for whatever we're asking for, though.
I agree.
so Tim, you gonna contact the 3 to give them a shot?
See if they want
We
to.
need to figure out what kind of ad we're gonna send out on it.
Well, he can contact those, well, you
Let's
know,
see
We still need
Yeah.
to advertise,
yeah.
Yeah.
so everybody has the same opportunity.
Removal of,
And there may be a couple little contractors out here, and I can think of one in the mention, but who's thinking, okay, I'm gonna do this because I can salvage those windows and sell them. So I can lower my bid just a little bit.
As long as they can bond it.
Yep.
Like I say, I'd like to see a bond, so you're not stuck.
So there's 2 sides.
So,
They'll have to have a place to go with all the wood as well as concrete walls.
Well, concrete and the bricks can be held out there at the landfill if we don't have the permit for the creek,
Permit, yeah.
the river.
And the wood,
And
and you
wouldn't.
never know, they may, I'd almost bet somebody might be wanting to try and salvage some of that.
yeah, especially if there's walnut beams in there, like I've been told.
But we can make arrangements to landfill for the rest of it. And just get paid for work transfer and just spend back from Disney World.
So, how about I type up some sort of scope of work thing, and, I mean, it's not like we gotta do this
Right,
today.
yeah, we don't gotta do it today, but
We can type up some sort of scope of work thing, I can forward it to Andrea, and she can print it off, and then next week, we can all look at it, and if you wanna add something or take away something, does that work?
Mhm.
Good start.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
That'd be something at least we could put out, I mean, if it's approved, to put something out in the paper and then get it to those 3 companies there as well.
Yeah, as long as we all agree on the scope of work, we can get it going next week.
You've done it long enough and know what the wording needs to be.
I'll do my best.
I've got faith in you.
Somebody does.
Okay, and then that leaves the Wayne thing.
Now, Andrea sent us here a month
Well-
or so ago, she sent us a,
Well, and on that topic, this actually was Wayne gave me last week, if, he said this was the old, what they called it, administrative assistant, but it would basically be more of what you're looking for in that position, as more of a road supervisor if you want. I don't have copies of it right now, so I didn't know if you were ready for that, but he said you would also need a resolution, because he said by statute you have to have a county engineer, but this is the resolution for the road superintendent and an engineer to be kind of consolidated, but it also shows that the road superintendent is not legally allowed to do anything that is required by a professional engineer. So that's
More red tape.
Yeah. But he said the Miami description just had so many things that you have to be an engineer to do that wiped out about half that job description. And I can email that and make copies if you're wanting to.
then why don't we just, could we take that one Miami County one and just have, I don't know, who would be in charge of scratching out what requires an engineering service, or an engineer to do?
Well, he said that'll, if you want to, see, and I can get both, but that one kind of covered more of what you would want.
The scope would
Right.
be.
And instead of answering to a county engineer, they would deal with the engineering
Supervisor.
firm, and they would deal with the answer to the commission as well. So that would need to be reworded a little, he said, but that's closer to what that position would be doing as far as dealing with the engineering firm.
I'll do check up there with Anderson County. I know a couple of commissioners over there. I'm not sure how they do that, because they don't have an engineer up on board, I don't think. And
You don't want to talk to Les or Dave?
whichever one I'm running into.
Can't
But I think there's other counties around who
I can't
don't
think.
have engineers, and maybe we're trying to make it too complicated.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think there's,
And that's
We're wanting to hire somebody who's in charge.
Of the
Road
road and
bridge
bridge and
department.
sign company and everything.
Yeah, you're in charge of that. And if it needs an engineer, we'll get an engineer.
And that's kind of what the old, what they called administrative assistant position kind of looked like it was, more.
you might be able to get something generic from Christina too.
Yeah.
Well, didn't she send something here not too long ago? 6, 8 months ago, that had his job description?
Yeah, but she thought we were gonna rehire what?
Oh,
I think
rehire.
She could give us some generic stuff.
That thing was like long.
Mhm.
I forgot we did get something.
My ADHD kicked in before I got to the second page. I was like, mercy.
I got a couple other counties, commissioners and stuff as well.
But that's another one we need to get off dead center report.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner
It's
than
gonna be here before we know it, people.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
gonna be,
You figure you're gonna look at a month out of advertising for it? At
you
least,
got a couple
Be a
weeks.
month from now or a month,
month of advertising.
I think it needs to be at least a month out.
Then you got,
Hopefully you got
the interview process, and
a few days of interviews, hopefully.
Probably ought to start advertising no later than May 1st, really.
Was August, is that his, is the end of August, the end of
Yep.
Wayne?
It is in
The end,
August 31.
August 31?
I don't know, it's August 31.
I was thinking something, I was saying went into September something.
So they need to
It's
be,
August.
they need to be hired by July 1.
Mm-hmm. Cause they're gonna have to give 30 days notice.
They really need to know they've got a job by June.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we don't need your training with Wayne, because Wayne's gonna be on, it's not
Yeah.
a whole different ballgame.
I'm not too sure, and I'll start advertising a little later, May first.
Yeah, I think.
And you got 40 days there, and you start interviewing the first week of June.
Yeah.
Have a target date to have somebody notified by July 1st, at the latest.
We just need a job description we're all agreed to, so. I'm not minding the one I just saw.
You're not minding it?
Not either.
I mean, I don't think it needs to be anything complicated.
No.
Personally,
Yeah,
really,
it's
truly.
not. It's really not.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty simple.
So reach out to a couple of the other counties.
Report
See if-
Monday.
Commissioners, and see if they will send me something,
Mm-hmm.
job description there, because I know that some of them don't have engineers.
Take it back up next Monday.
I think KAC's got a website where you can put those announcements on
Per job.
for jobs. That'd cover the whole state.
That's right.
Yeah, that wouldn't be
I
bad.
think
Yeah.
KAC's got that website.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Southeast
Kansas as well. I mean,
Yeah.
gosh, you just gotta get it out there.
We'll get it, I mean, there's ways of getting it out
I
there.
think we'll see quite a few applicants.
Yeah, that's a good idea, the KC website, paying up for that subscription.
Yeah, you pay for it, you might as well
Well, I
utilize it.
think you get the engineer aspect off of it, and there's a lot of qualified people.
Yeah.
I think you don't have a lot of applications.
What you got in your envelope, Tom?
I don't know.
Oh.
Got my
Might be
name on it.
might be $100 bills.
I don't think so.
I guess run that, see what Bob's gonna visit with a few other counties. We can review that some more, that description. We can rendezvous next Monday on that.
On both of these, I'll type up what I
Yeah.
think would be a good scope of work, so to speak, and then
Okay. Groovy. I don't have anything else. I don't believe. I will be gone Thursday. You need me, call me. Can't reach me, I'll call you back. You got anything?
No, I just need to change a mistake in here, you got them and I can run
Sure.
down.
Go ahead. Yeah, we got all these stuff to sign here. Okay. We got all this garbage to sign. Bobby, do you have anything else?
I have two notices. Don't
Two
go
notices?
short. The first one is, March 16th, Wednesday. Is that Wednesday or Thursday?
That's Wednesday.
The planning board is meeting, having a regular meeting, and we've invited all the mayors from surrounding cities to discuss, what a countywide building inspector would look like, what their contribution would be, what their interface would be, who wants it, who doesn't want it. I'd ask that the commissioners who want to attend, please attend. Be good if you could take that time to interface with those mayors to talk through it, because what that looks like ultimately is going to be the commission decision. So if you can attend, that'd be great. 7 o'clock in the basement.
I'm tied up that night, so.
Yes, sir.
My only concern with that is, mayors don't really speak for the council. That we're going to be doing that with the city, we need to be doing it with the councils, not the mayors.
Yes, sir.
Because we don't, I'm not saying any of them are wrong now, but we've had times when the mayors did not speak for the council.
Understood. I know what you're saying. That was something, I just would think that you wouldn't take a single action until they approve their pieces first, if it gets to that point, the councils.
Is it gonna be kind of is it gonna be, so what if the majority wants, but there's a few that don't? What do you do?
They don't receive the services
They
of
won't
that.
receive the services.
Right. And then some can pay, some can't, like Gridley, they can't contribute a whole lot, but Burlington certainly can. I would assume they would be, and they are saying at least, they're in favor of doing inspector. Would participate. So what that looks like, again, is just, that's between the commission, like you said, Mr. Bob, the councils. And hopefully the mayors can relay that to their individual councils and have those discussions.
Well, that would be, I will be there unless somebody else wants to be there, and I'll step back.
You're the,
I'm
you're the
on
guy.
the board, yes, I'm the liaison or whatever.
Liaison.
If there's two others that would like to
And
join,
you're doing a good job.
then I would step out of it on Wednesday. So if you wanted to come to it, we can only have two of us there, I would think.
So, okay, I'll go. I'm not going.
I'm tied up that night, so.
So, and I know Tom probably wants to be there.
Is this Wednesday?
I thought about it, but
I'll be there.
And just sit back and listen,
I'll let
probably
you carry on with
three.
your normal.
Okay, because it's not gonna hurt me if
Unless
I
Tom
don't, you
wants to
wanna
go.
go.
Hey, you're fine. You carry on. City, Burlington City Council meets that night too, so that's gonna go to that.
You might go to that. How's that gonna include, is the mayor gotta be present?
That meeting's at 7,
Oh.
this is at 6.
Okay, it'll be done by then,
Well,
hopefully.
possibly. I just,
Okay.
I mean, I read in the paper where the city's not gonna, basically, the countywide cleanup, they're not wanting to pick up anything other than brush.
They're not wanting to really participate.
I'm just gonna, I think they had it tabled for this week, that's why I was gonna go to see what the
Right,
thought process was.
Well, it's expensive what we do that.
Well, true.
I'll tell you what, the way scrap prices are nowadays, a person ought to be picking up everything you can pick up.
Well, see, that's the other deal, when
There are
people, I don't know if you've noticed, well, here in Burlington anyway, when citywide cleanup comes around, anything that's metal is usually gone before it gets hauled off by the city or the county, either one. So, I mean, I read the reasoning in the paper, they had several reasons, but, I don't know.
What was
Oh,
it?
it's-
I didn't.
Well, I guess they years past, like last year, or 2 years, whatever, they encountered hypodermic needles, and a statement was made that some people that live in the city, they live in a county, they bring their trash to town and put it in their fringe yard so that the city will pick it up.
I've heard of that too.
Which still, I mean, it's, at least it's gone.
getting cleaned up.
It's
Instead
gone.
of sitting in somebody's yard.
Exactly.
I mean, and the city's not here to speak for themselves, but my take on it was gonna be, let's, if we're not gonna pick it up, then maybe we ought to have a little more enforcement on letting it lay around, so.
The second one is a pleasant one. That's okay. This is going to be a fun one. Last year, I started looking at what we spend out of economic development on everything. And for years, we've been buying radio ads and newspaper, magazine advertisement, out of market. Until we have something to market, like a big industrial site or something, I started looking at ways we could save money and redirect the money we were spending to be more impactful. Actually spend it on something that benefits us directly here in Coffee County. And that amount of money that I came up with was about $15,000. So with the idea that we take this $15,000 that we've been spending out of market and do something to market ourselves to have big impact, I looked at all the different festivals and fishing tournaments that we have countywide. Everything happens between June and July in Coffee County, almost 99%. And some cities, like Waverly, they have a great festival that causes a little bit of in-migration. You have people from other counties maybe coming to that a little bit. We have our fair in July. I think the Derby is well patronized, and some other things with the fair are patronized, but As far as getting people from every community in Coffee County to come to one event, the goal of also getting people from outside our county coming in to our county, looked at having a new festival, not in June or July. Something, right now, we're looking at latter part of the year, September, October. People, just listening to them talk, they said, I remember back when we had a big circus or a big carnival. So I started talking to circuses and carnivals. One of the circuses that I kind of landed on, gravitated towards, was a nicer one. There are some low-end circuses and some really good ones. And the good ones cost a lot of money. And they don't want to come here unless we pay them. So the one I landed on is a top-tier circus. They have the trapeze artists, they have the lions with a lion tamer, they have all the animals. And the Big Tent, the one that holds 500 people. The big tent. And so I started talking with these people, and then I went to the schools, the superintendents of our 3 school districts, and said, can you help me pay for this? Can you agree to declare this a field trip and send your kids? They all thought it was just a wonderful idea. I said, yes, we'll do that. So they will almost pay for, if they charge tickets to their kids, it's in a letter home saying if we're going on a field trip on such and such date, cost of the ticket's $10. If you can pay it, great. If not, your kid will still go. So every kid in the county, every kid goes to the circus. The circus will last 3 days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, some week in September, as of right now. And during the day, on Thursday and Friday, all the schools would bus their kids in to attend the circus.
We gotta do about homeschool kids. We have a lot of them in this county.
The mom and dad can drive them.
Yep.
I mean, always,
We can market something for that.
I mean, we need to,
We can take care of that. Sure could. But that's just during the daytime. And on the evening times, Thursday, Friday, and all day Saturday, we control the gate. We get 100% of the gate proceeds. People can come. Friday night's going to be a football night, so we might be kind of limited there. But Thursday night and all day Saturday, we have 3 shows on Saturday. I believe that we're not only going to cover the little bit of investment we have, but make a lot of money and grow another true countywide festival into being. It was just discussion up until now, but the city seems to be pretty excited about it. Burlington, I've got clearance on putting it out at Kelly Park. Oh yes, I'm sorry, I got turned around. Oh, that way. That way? Oh yeah.
yeah, go ahead,
Kevin with the city has approved it. The city council wants me to come get it formally approved to lock it down. They are pretty excited about it. Everybody I talked to is excited about it. But I'm getting to the point now where I need to ask the commission. I wasn't planning on coming this fast, but I wanted to get all the T's crossed and I's dotted, but I don't need approval today. I just wanted to talk about it. The idea is we have the circus, and it's a 3-day event, and we could add to it with other events over a period of time.
Do you think, you said August, right?
September.
What weekend you got set up?
Right now, the 3rd week.
That's Leroy Homecoming.
Yes, sir. We may have to change the dates.
I'm sorry?
We may have to change the dates, if possible.
Of course, it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's not Thursday.
Within the weekend after Labor Day.
And there won't be much going on Friday. It's 90%, not 5% Saturday and Sunday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The other thing that we talked about riding along with the circus was the carnival. And carnivals, they're just not real attractive nowadays.
They're all shut down that time of year anyway.
Right. But back in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, counties had their own carnivals. They didn't hire these. They may have hired a few rides to come in, but they didn't have these carnival crews that came in like they do now. I've talked with the Boy Scouts, the different veterans groups, different social clubs, organizations, the schools. Everybody has a lot of interest in having their own booth out there. And I'd be willing to invest that money, I was talking about, a piece of that money I was talking about, into standardized booths where they're all built to a uniform spec, they all look the same, to have a real carnival where people from Leroy and Lebo and Waverly actually come to a county festival and patronize it and participate, and to be like what it used to be. One gentleman who's kind of helping me brainstorm on this, he called it a pioneer carnival, but it's, if you can imagine what you see in the movies from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, when you see it, it looks like a carnival. And that's what we want, is something when people pull up and say, that's a carnival. Just wanted to talk through this. If you...
I think it's a good idea to get people, you know, the time-wise, it can be awfully hot in September.
But if you move to October, the first weekend, well, the second weekend is Lynn County's Arts and Crafts.
Mm-hmm.
The third weekend's gonna be Baldwin's Art, and both of them are huge.
Mm-hmm.
The first weekend, right now, it's not coming up what it's at, but I know there's something.
That is true, but if you're running three days,
Thursday and Friday.
everybody's not gonna travel to Lynn County for 3 days.
No.
They'll pick a day to go. And in reality, maybe it's good there's other things going on, because
More of a draw.
it's more of a draw, but at the same time, everybody is not there at one time and making it compact, where it might be almost more than it can be handled.
But Thursday and Friday is probably just an evening event anyway, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
One each day, which most Thursdays and Fridays will be open, and Saturday 3 events.
There'll be 3 events each day.
Oh, 3 events each
Yes, sir.
day?
Yes, sir. It'll take the schools.
So they're doing 9 events?
Yes, sir.
Well, the schools are going to, they're going to at least go to 2 of them, right?
Yes, sir, on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
Now, parents can attend, and other people can attend those shows as well.
So everything is inside a 500-seat tent?
Yes, sir.
How do we guarantee that every kid gets to go? Are we?
Now, I think the schools were willing to cover, if, in the case where a parent didn't send the letter back in, the kid still goes. And pretty certain all the schools feel the same way. The USD 244 at least is willing to guarantee, like, write us a check. Here's the cost of all our kids. And, you know.
Well, I just don't want anybody to be missed. If we go that route, I don't want any kid to be missed. I
Yes,
don't care whether you're public school, private school, homeschool, or where you at. I don't want any kid to be missed the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
What type of admission fee do they have for it, 10?
Don't know yet. I didn't ask what they charge because we control the gate. We can make it whatever price we want.
I think the first weekend in October is Fall Festival.
Well, the OK Kids is what, the 9th and the 10th?
It's September.
Yeah. Is that when you said this is gonna be in September?
Well, we're talking about October.
We're talking about, Tom's talking about
October.
October.
Even if the
Yeah,
person
it's
moves in
usually-
October, get a little cooler weather. 'Cause it can get hot in those tents.
Yeah.
Hot.
Just food for thought, that's what that is, the Fall Festival, I don't know, conjunction with it.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Well, I talked with Rhonda.
Uh-huh.
She kind of puts together now they call it Boo Fest, but
Oh, yeah.
the circus said they couldn't do those dates, and I think that was on the
Oh.
3rd weekend, or 3rd of October. There's a happy medium somewhere.
So you already have the weekends that they're available then, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna talk again with him tomorrow about that, about specifically what dates work for him. Then I'll come back to the commission.
And then you probably need, when you get those dates, you need to maybe go talk to the Fall Fest people and
maybe they could change their dates too, to make it
They could.
coincide. I mean,
They
it would
could.
be a draw for them.
Absolutely. We're talking about bringing thousands of people at one time, and that's bigger than any other, except for maybe Ohio days, in the county.
Well, you take 9 events times 500, it's 4,500. I can't quite see that many things being filled up completely, but never know.
Never know.
Depend on how well it's promoted. Promotion would be a big issue on that, to make it a success.
So it sounds like everybody's in favor of this?
I think check it out and bring it back.
Yes, sir. Will do.
I like it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
You know, it would be great if a person, I mean, which is not great for the local kids, but it'd be great if it was up north along the interstate, west, out in that field where people off the interstate could see it, and then they'd be pulling off the interstate, come in and do the thing. I mean, there's so many opportunities, but, I mean, I like it sitting down here in Kelly Park as well, you know, don't
You
get me
know,
wrong.
Other schools, we have done things here over the past, other school districts have bused certain classes in for it too. I mean, it could be.
Out of county.
Out of
county,
county.
Yeah,
yes.
you could.
Yes, I can see some out-of-county stuff coming in, which is what you want.
Exactly.
If you come in and they bring a bus load in.
You'll have to have some out-of-county
That's
to
right.
get it full.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right, and that's something we can do in marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Superintendents just love the idea. Their teachers ask for field trips, and they never have any good ones to go to. This is a great one.
Well, and everybody's coming out of the COVID scare, and they're itchy, they're ready to go somewhere, you know, and so.
Yeah. And when does a little kid get to see a giraffe or a elephant or other than going to the zoo?
Right. Yeah. Not in their hometown.
Right.
Or not close to their hometown.
That's right.
I like it. Very well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. All right, guys. We want a break? Do we want to go ahead and sign this stuff and then get out of here?
Well, let's sign and get out of here.
Okay.
And what about,
I don't have anything else.
this, tax exemption that we didn't do anything with a week ago, abatement?
Well, there's 2 more, there's supposed to be 2 more years for it. And evidently,
We're waiting on the information.
Evidently, they're still trying to discover it.
We're just waiting on the information. Okay, I just curious.
That's what I was told when I talked to Tom.
Well, I don't see my name on here for having a big chunk of money, so I'm
Being a local person from Raymond.
well, there's quite a few from there. There's so much from Gridley too. These are all local people from county.
Yeah, they're all county
They're all
people.
Coffee County people. All Coffee County people. Michael Wolfman. Richard Haywood, he's deceased.
There's probably quite a few of them on there, I don't know.
Fill out my survey. Have these been sent out, the survey?
She's gonna send them out.
Oh, who do they go back to?
Christina
Yeah.
at HR Partner. And
So
then
how are we gonna get them to us?
well, they're emailing them to everybody.
Oh, they're emailing them.
And then,
Oh.
when the results come in, you guys will get copies.
Okay, they're emailing them,
Yeah.
all right. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Walked away too fast.
Oh, are you done? Well, you got another packet there.
Yeah, I know, I was just gonna, I'll send this one with that booklet then.
We claim this money.
I didn't know any of them. Change your name. For some of the people are deceased, maybe you could change your name to that. You can vote. More than once.
We're gonna get in trouble.
don't know where this come out of.
That's okay, just pass it on, it can go
Okay.
with that.
You'll sort it out?
Yep, we'll sort it out.
So what time you gonna make it? Thursday.
I'm not, I have another appointment that day.
What time are they, starts at?
10
At
is when
10.
it starts. Registration's from 9 to 10.
Jesse, was Wednesday night down in the basement, right?
Yes. Just check something, got it, Wilson.
That whole bunch came out of that building.
Jim, all this stuff has been there.
Said they went up.
Do you want me to keep these now?
Oh, I can put them, I think that's just a copy of one of them.
Yeah, I didn't.
Bearcat.
Oh, that's the one you said.
Here, Tim, these checks go in that.
Do you get the
that
minutes?
folder also.
Do what?
Did you get the minutes?
I
The
did.
minutes signed?
Yeah,
Okay.
and you did the abatement too, right? I think.
Margaret moved the old
Okay.
golf course for sale.
I got them here, you want them here?
Course for sale.
Where?
It's strong,
Not all of it, because some of it's already been sold.
40 acres.
Mark, how many acres of golf course at Strawn have already been sold?
It's already been sold.
Some of it's already been sold off the lots, hasn't it?
Well, not lots, but
You didn't
some
sign
of
it.
the
Did you get them?
The whole thing?
I'm wanting to
I
think,
thought that was sitting on my desk.
Yeah, I thought they were done and I grabbed them.
that's why I say it's 20-some acres, but
So where does the 40 acres?
maybe it is 40.
All right.
I cannot remember, so.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I know who owned it, or did, unless it just sold now, or just recently.
It's up now for sale.
Oh,
The price isn't too bad. But I doubt if their cattle farm would.
That bunch was clipped
yeah,
together.
I got nothing else.
It is in the city limits.
That's what I figured.
Can you have goats and sheep and chickens?
You might be able now, since
Since Mark's gone, you say?
well, I wasn't gonna say it, but that's okay.
Let's just say it's not my problem.
There you go. Send me that link on that.
I'm sure there'd be an issue with barbed wire fencing is.
You can get haying permits, so.
Send me that link where it's at.
Angie, here's a check to the hospital for $10,640.57. What's exactly that for?
That's for distribution. Is that a distribution report?
Yeah, but see, there's an ambulance, conservation, extension, and none of these other March 20 checks have been cut.
Yeah, they should all be.
Are they all in this package?
Yeah, we do it every quarter when we just do distribution.
We're doing checks and vouchers the 28th.
Yep.
Is that right? Okay.
That's what I have in the minutes.
You know, we just had one full day that day.
Jesse dragging this out, or just because I turned my clock up, that it seems like we're so late?
It seems like it's late.
Yesterday seemed awful early though, too.
Oh my gosh, next thing you know, we got last night.
Pretty sure you're gonna come early in the morning.
I go to work in the dark now instead of going home in the dark. So,
You got a long ways to go, don't you?
yeah, big half mile.
It's a long ways to go.
Well, I'll call you at 3:30 in the morning, that's when I get up.
Well, I'm surprised you don't send him text messages like you do me.
Well,
I did that once.
that won't matter because I won't get them anyway. I won't pay attention to them.
Kinda an accident.
He's just like my daughter. If she's up, everybody else is up, by God. Tim, 3:30 in the morning. And I look at my phone, I'm like, so I called him at 6:30 as I was leaving. I said, now that I'm out of the house, I said, we're gonna have us a talk.
Shalom down here, they have a group come in at 3. I got a granddaughter that starts at 3 o'clock every day.
A delay response.
I made all that work shift.
You should have called everybody up at 2 o'clock Sunday morning and said, hey, time to change your clock, get up. Time to change. I should leave that alone.
Leave it just like it is now.
Just need to leave it, but they don't like to leave anything alone.
Well, they're supposed to be doing something about it. They were talking about it.
How much of the world actually goes on daylight savings time?
Arizona doesn't, I don't think.
Arizona don't change.
Parts of it don't.
No, I don't think any of it.
Any other state, no, it does. Huh? Basically, the entire state.
Yeah, whole state doesn't.
I mean-
And maybe Nevada?
There's another state that's partial part. I'm not sure there's another full state.
I know the Indian reservations don't go on it. So, but are we the only country that does it?
Have no idea.
Why couldn't we just do it
Well, I think
countrywide, so
the
Canada does it too.
the higher ups are supposed to have been doing that. They're supposed to have been voting on
When
it
was
or
this?
something.
Just recently?
Yeah, a couple of years ago,
Oh, I
years
was
ago.
gonna say, within the last year, something like that.
It's just gonna take a long time for them to come up with something. I've got to figure out, my eye's twitching. Can you see my left eye twitching?
Hawaii and Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Irritating.
Must be overtired, that happens to me when I'm overtired.
Everything check mark, I's
Yep.
dotted, T's crossed.
I'm just cleaning up my desk.
Then we'll adjourn at 11:11.
How about
Or
1:11?
1:11.
How about
1:11. 1:11, too many ones.
11:11.
I could have said 11:1.